The boredom latches onto me. It is daylight, 81 degrees. I should be outside, enjoying the breeze, but I've been hiding in these same sheets for weeks. Well, I say to you, let's go back to bed, 'cause there are some things that are better left unsaid. Oh. Well, this medication's strong, and if you didn't know, I guess you always have to try before you know. You say come here, love, but it'll be fine. Just come play with me. Ignoring reality, I said it's only a dream. It's only a dream. I wish you could somehow complete me. I would give it to you all now, but I kinda lost my key. I've been hiding, but I kinda lost the dream. I've been hiding, but I kinda lost the dream. Well, this medication's strong, and if you know, I guess you always have to try before you You say come here, love, but it'll be fine. Just talk to me. Ignoring reality, it's only a dream.
What? There's nothing wrong.
Joe. Tell me what's wrong. Joe. Tell me what's wrong. Joe. Tell me what's wrong. Kel. 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 Tell me what's wrong.
Join me for an adventure, oh, much like any other, with twists and turns and plot devices, words and wonder. Now my advice is listen close. What makes this story different is the teller and the told. This one's ours and it's waiting to unfold. So come be merry with me. Yeah. Oh, come be merry with me. Come on, be merry with me. Join me for an adventure, oh, much like any other, with twists and turns and plot devices. Now my advice is listen close. What makes this story different is the teller and the told. This one's ours and it's waiting to unfold. Sick. What's going on, guys? Welcome, first of all, to Merry Mitch, edition number 27. Honestly, not sure how many of these streams I've done so far. Also, sorry about the lighting at first. I think it looks better now. Welcome. How's everybody doing? We're just starting up. We've got a new book to dive into today. Exciting stuff. We freaking flew through that second book. I know it's a little bit shorter than the first, a little bit shorter, but we really made headway on it, like right away. Titan's Curse. We'll be getting into it today. This one, again, has 20 chapters, much like The Sea of Monsters before it. Dude, you watched the Percy Jackson movie? What kind of cynical hoo-ha would you have to be to watch something like that? Some kind of Hootenhannian goober? I'm just kidding. Yeah, Coleman and I watched the Percy Jackson film today. That was that was a thing. That was a thing. I won't spoil too much about what happened in it. Um, because it is quite different from the book. It takes certain things from the Dear Lightning Thief and from the book post Lightning Thief. um, but you know, it was quite interesting. I'll tell you that Honey, I Shrunk the Demigods was probably one of the best parts, as well as this one shot of Annabeth from underneath the water in a swimming pool. That was a good thing. But good, nice. I'm glad to hear you guys are doing well. Doing pretty good myself. So I just went and put the chickens up. Uh, feeling pretty all right. I made myself some tea beforehand. I got it right here. Still steaming hot. And yeah, I'm ready for a little chill time to read our new book and yeah, just have a lovely little time together. And hope you guys are too. Since I'm starting a little bit late, I say we just jump right into it and get this train a rolling. And let me get situated. We'll get underway. Oh, dude, look at that interior. I don't know if you can tell. Yeah, there it is. It honestly fits like the theme around me. It's like a nice pastel purple. Magenta even. To Topher Bradfield, a camper who has made a world of difference. Right on. Dedicate this one to Topher Bradfield. This is Percy Jackson and the Titan's Curse by Rick Riordan. 1. My rescue operation goes very wrong. The Friday before winter break, my mom packed me an overnight bag and a few deadly weapons and took me to a new boarding school. We picked up my friends, Annabeth and Thalia, on the way. It was an 8-hour drive from New York to Bar Harbor. Sleet and snow pounded the highway. Annabeth, Thalia, and I hadn't seen each other in months, but between the blizzard and the thought of what we were about to do, we were too nervous to talk much. Except for my mom. She talks more when she's nervous. By the time we finally got to Westover Hall, it was getting dark, and she told Annabeth and Thalia every embarrassing baby story there was to tell about me. Thalia wiped the fog off the car window and peered outside. Oh yeah, this'll be fun. Westover Hall looked like an evil knight's castle. It was all black stone, with towers and slit windows, and a big set of wooden double doors. It stood on a snowy cliff overlooking this big frosty forest on one side and the great churning ocean on the other. Are you sure you don't want me to wait? My mother asked. No thanks, Mom, I said. I don't know how long it will take. We'll be okay. But how will you get back? I'm worried, Percy. I hoped I wasn't blushing. It was bad enough I had to depend on my mom to drive me to my battles. It's okay, Mrs. Jackson. Annabeth smiled reassuringly. Her blonde hair was tucked into a ski cap, and her gray eyes were the same color as the ocean. We'll keep him out of trouble. My mom seemed to relax a little. She thinks Annabeth is the most level-headed demigod ever to hit 8th grade. She's sure Annabeth often keeps me from getting killed. She's right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. "All right, dears," my mom said. "You have everything you need." "Yes, Miss Jackson," Thalia said. "Thanks for the ride." "Extra sweaters? You have my cell phone number." "Mom." "Your ambrosia and nectar, Percy? And a golden drachma, in case you need to contact camp?" "Mom, seriously." "We'll be fine. Come on, guys." She looked a little hurt, and I was sorry about that. But I was ready to be out of the car. If my mom told one more story about how cute I looked in the bathtub when I was 3 years old, I was going to burrow into the snow and freeze myself to death. Annabeth and Thalia followed me outside. The wind blew straight through my coat like ice daggers. Once my mother's car was out of sight, Thalia said, "Your mom is so cool, Percy." "She's pretty okay," I admitted. "What about you? You ever get in touch with your mom?" As soon as I said it, I wished I hadn't. Thalia was great at giving evil looks, what with the punk clothes she always wears, the ripped-up army jacket, black leather pants, and chain jewelry, the black eyeliner, and those intense blue eyes. But the look she gave me now was a perfect evil 10. "If that was any of your business, Percy." "We'd better get inside," Annabeth interrupted. "Grover will be waiting." Thalia looked at the castle and shivered. "You're right. I wonder what he found here that made him send the distress call." I stared up at the dark towers of Westover Hall. Nothing good, I guessed. The oak doors groaned open, and the three of us stepped into the entry hall in a swirl of snow. All I could say was, "Whoa." The place was huge. The walls were lined with battle flags and weapon displays, antique rifles, battle axes, and a bunch of other stuff. I mean, I knew Westover was a military school and all, but the decorations seemed like overkill. Literally. My hand went to my pocket, where I kept my lethal ballpoint pen riptied. I could already sense something wrong in this place. Something dangerous. Thalia was rubbing her silver bracelet, her favorite magic item. I knew we were thinking the same thing. A fight was coming. Annabeth started to say, "I wonder where—" The door slammed shut behind us. "Okay," I mumbled. "Guess we'll stay a while." I could hear music echoing from the other end of the hall. It sounded like dance music. We stashed our overnight bags behind a pillar and started down the hall. We hadn't gone very far when I heard footsteps on the stone floor, and a man and woman marched out of the shadows to intercept us. They both had short gray hair and a black military-style uniform with red trim. The woman had a wispy mustache, and the guy was clean-shaven, which seemed kind of backwards to me. They both walked stiffly, like they had broomsticks taped to their spines. "Well," the woman demanded, "what are you doing here?" I realized I hadn't planned for this. I'd been so focused on getting to Grover and finding out what was wrong. I hadn't considered that someone might question 3 kids sneaking into the school at night. We hadn't talked at all in the car about how we would get inside. I said, "Ma'am, we're just—" "Ha!" The man snapped, which made me jump. "Visitors are not allowed to dance." You shall be ejected. Oh, he had an accent. French, maybe. He pronounced his J like in Jacques, Jockeys. Jockeys? He was tall, with a hawkish face. His nostrils flared when he spoke, which made it really hard not to stare up his nose. And his eyes were two different colors, one brown, one blue, like an alley cat's. I figured he was about to toss us into the snow, but then Thalia stepped forward and did something very weird. She snapped her fingers. The sound was sharp and loud. Maybe it was just my imagination, but I felt a gust of wind ripple out from her hand across the room. It washed over all of us, making the banners rustle on the walls. Oh, but we're not visitors, sir, Thalia said. We go to school here. You remember, I'm Thalia, and this is Annabeth and Percy. We're in the 8th grade. The male teacher narrowed his two-colored eyes. I didn't know what Thalia was thinking. Now we'd probably get punished for lying and thrown into the snow. But the man seemed to be hesitating. He looked at his colleague. Mrs. Goschok, do you know these students? Do you know these students? Despite the danger we were in, I had to bite my tongue to keep from laughing. A teacher named Gottschalk? He had to be kidding. The woman blinked, like someone had just woken her up from a trance. Yes, I believe I do, sir. She frowned at us. Annabeth, Thalia, Percy, what are you doing away from the gymnasium? Before we could answer, I heard more footsteps, and Grover ran up breathlessly. You made it! You... He stopped short when he saw the teachers. Oh, Mrs. Gottschalk. Dr. Thorne. What is it, Mr. Underwood? Said the man. His tone made it clear that he detested Grover. What do you mean they made it? These students live here. Grover swallowed. Yes, sir, of course. Dr. Thorne, I just meant I'm so glad they made the punch for the dance. The punch is great. And they made it! Dr. Thorne glared at us. I decided one of his eyes had to be fake. The brown one? The blue one. He looked like he wanted to pitch us off the castle's highest tower. But then Mrs. Gottschalk said dreamily, Yes, the punch is excellent. Now run along, all of you. You're not to leave the gymnasium again. We didn't wait to be told twice. We left with a lot of yes ma'ams and yes sirs, and a couple of salutes, just because it seemed like the thing to do. Grover hustled us down the hall in the direction of the music. I could feel the teacher's eyes on my back, but I walked closely to Thalia and asked in a low voice, How did you do that finger snap thing? You mean the mist? Hasn't Chiron shown you how to do that yet? An uncomfortable lump formed in my throat. Chiron was our head trainer at camp, but he'd never shown me anything like that. Why had he shown Thalia and not me? Grover hurried us to a door that had gym written on the glass. Even with my dyslexia, I could read that much. That was close, Grover said. Thank the gods you are here. Annabeth and Thalia both hugged Grover. I gave him a big high five. It was good to see him after so many months. He'd gotten a little taller, and had sprouted a few more whiskers. But otherwise, he looked like he always did when he passed for human. a red cap on his curly brown hair to hide his goat horns, baggy jeans, and sneakers with fake feet to hide his furry legs and hooves. He was wearing a black t-shirt that took me a few seconds to read. It said, Westover Hall, Grunt. I wasn't sure whether that was like Grover's rank, or maybe just the school motto? So what's the emergency? I asked. Grover took a deep breath. I found two half-bloods? Thalia asked, amazed. Here? Grover nodded. Finding one half-blood was rare enough. This year, Chiron had put the satyrs on emergency overtime and sent them all over the country, scouring schools from 4th grade through high school for possible recruits. These were desperate times. We were losing campers. We needed all the new fighters we could find. The problem was, there just weren't that many demigods out there. A brother and a sister, he said. They're 10 and 12. I don't know their patronage. Or parentage. Not patronage. What the heck? I don't know their parentage. But they're strong. We're running out of time, though. I need help. Monsters? One. Grover looked nervous. He suspects. I don't think he's positive yet. But this is the last day of term. I'm sure he won't let them leave campus without finding out. It may be our last chance. Every time I try to get close to them, he's always there, blocking me. I don't know what to do. Grover looked at Thalia desperately. I tried not to feel upset by that. Used to be, Grover looked to me for answers. But Thalia had seniority, not just because her dad was Zeus. Thalia had more experience than any of us with fending off monsters in the real world. Right, she said. These half-bloods, are they at the dance? Grover nodded. Then let's dance, Thalia said. Who's the monster? Oh, Grover said and looked around nervously. You just met him. The vice principal, Dr. Thorne. Weird thing about military schools, the kids go absolutely nuts when there's a special event and they get to be out of uniform. I guess it's because everything's so strict the rest of the time, they feel like they've got to overcompensate or something. There were black and red balloons all over the gym, and guys were kicking them in each other's faces or trying to strangle each other with the crepe paper streamers taped to the walls. Girls moved around in football huddles, the way they always do, wearing lots of makeup and spaghetti strap tops and brightly colored pants and shoes that looked like torture devices. Every once in a while, they'd surround some poor guy like a pack of piranhas, shrieking and giggling, and when they finally moved on, the guy would have ribbons in his hair and a bunch of lipstick graffitied all over his face. Some of the older guys looked more like me, uncomfortable, hanging out at the edges of the gym and trying to hide. Like any minute they might have to fight for their lives. Of course, in my case, it was true. There they are, Grover nodded toward a couple of younger kids, arguing in the bleachers. Bianca and Nico D'Angelo. The girl wore a floppy green cap, like she was trying to hide her face. The boy was obviously her little brother. They both had dark, silky hair and olive skin, and they used their hands a lot as they talked. The boy was shuffling some kind of trading cards. His sister seemed to be scolding him about something. She kept looking around like she sensed something was wrong. Oh yeah, dude. Here comes Nico, at long last. Annabeth said, "Do they? I mean, have you told them?" Grover shook his head. "You know how it is. That could put them in more danger. Once they realize who they are, their scent becomes stronger." He looked at me, and I nodded. I'd never really understood what half-bloods smell like to monsters and satyrs, but I knew that your scent could get you killed. And the more powerful a demigod you became, the more you smelled like a monster's lunch. "So let's grab them and get out of here," I said. I started forward, but Thalia put her hand on my shoulder. The vice principal, Dr. Thorne, had slipped out of a doorway near the bleachers and was standing near the D'Angelo siblings. He nodded coldly in our direction. His blue eye seemed to glow. Judging from his expression, I guess Thorne hadn't been fooled by Thalia's trick with the mist after all. He suspected who we were. He was just waiting to see why we were here. "Don't look at the kids," Thalia ordered. "We have to wait for a chance to get them. We need to pretend we're not interested in them. Throw them off the scent." "How?" "We're 3 powerful half-bloods. Our presence should confuse him. Mingle, act natural, do some dancing. But keep an eye on those kids." "Dancing?" Annabeth asked. Thalia nodded. She cocked her ear to the music and made a face. "Ugh, who chose the Jess McCartney?" Grover looked hurt. "I did." "Oh my God, Grover, that is so lame. Can't you play like Green Day or something?" "Green who?" "Never mind, let's dance." "But I can't dance." "You can if I'm leading," Thalia said. "Come on, goat boy." Grover yelped as Thalia grabbed his hand and led him on to the dance floor. Annabeth smiled. "What?" I asked. "Nothing. It's just cool to have Thalia back." Annabeth had grown taller than me since last summer, which I found kind of disturbing. She used to wear no jewelry except for her Camp Half-Blood bead necklace. But now she wore little silver earrings shaped like owls, the symbol of her mother, Athena. She pulled off her ski cap, and her long blonde hair tumbled down her shoulders. It made her look older for some reason. So, I tried to think of something to say. Act natural, Thalia had told us. When you're a half-blood on a dangerous mission, what the heck is natural? Design any good buildings lately? Annabeth's eyes lit up, the way they always did when she talked about architecture. "Oh my God, Percy! At my new school, I get to take a 3D design as an elective, and there's this cool computer program." She went on explaining how she designed this huge monument that she wanted to build at Ground Zero in Manhattan. She talked about structural supports and facades. Shoot, dude, I forgot how to pronounce this word. Facades? Or is it facades? I'll go with facades. Facades and stuff. And I tried to listen. Facades. Cool. I knew she wanted to be... Sorry. Thank you, Keaton. And I tried to listen. I knew she wanted to be a super architect when she grew up. She loves math and historical buildings and all that. But I hardly understood a word she was saying. The truth was, I was kind of disappointed to hear that she liked her new school so much. It was the first time she'd gone to a school in New York. I'd been hoping to see her more often. It was a boarding school in Brooklyn, and she and Thalia were both attending. Close enough to Camp Half-Blood that Chiron could help if they got in any trouble. Because it was an all-girls school. Because it was an all-girls school, and I was going to MS 54 in Manhattan, I hardly ever saw her. Yeah, cool, I said. So you're staying there the rest of the year, huh? Her face got dark. Well, maybe if I don't... Hey! Thalia called to us. She was slow dancing with Grover, who was tripping all over himself, kicking Thalia in the shins and looking like he wanted to die. At least his feet were fake. Unlike me, he had an excuse for being clumsy. Dance, you guys! Thalia ordered. You look stupid just standing there. I looked nervously at Annabeth, then at the groups of girls who were roaming the gym. Well, Annabeth said. Who should I ask? She punched me in the gut. Me, seaweed brain? Oh, right. So we went on to the dance floor, and I looked over to see how Thalia and Grover were doing things. I put one hand on Annabeth's hip and clasped my other hand, like she was about to do judo on me. I'm not going to bite, she told me. Honestly, Percy, don't you guys have dances at your school? I didn't answer. The truth was we did, but I'd never, actually danced at one. I was usually one of the guys playing basketball in the corner. We shuffled around for a few minutes. I tried to concentrate on little things, like the crepe paper streamers and the punch bowl. Anything but the fact that Annabeth was taller than me, and my hands were sweaty and probably gross, and I kept stepping on her toes. What were you saying earlier? I asked. Are you having trouble at school or something? She pursed her lips. It's not that. It's my dad. Uh-oh. I knew Annabeth had a rocky relationship with her father. I thought it was getting better with you two. Is it your stepmom again? Annabeth sighed. He decided to move. Just when I was getting settled in New York, he took this stupid new job researching for a World War I book in San Francisco. She said this the same way she might say Fields of Punishment or Hades' gym shorts. So, he wants you to move out there with him? I asked. The other side of the country, she said miserably. And half-bloods can't live in San Francisco. He should know that. What? Why not? Annabeth rolled her eyes. Maybe she thought I was kidding. You know, it's right there. Oh, I said. I had no idea what she was talking about, but I didn't want to sound stupid. So, you'll go back to living at camp, or what? It's more serious than that, Percy. I probably should tell you something. Suddenly she froze. They're gone. What? Oh, suddenly she froze. They're gone. What? I followed her gaze. The bleachers, the two half-blood kids, Bianca and Nico, were no longer there. The door next to the bleachers was wide open. Dr. Thorne was nowhere in sight. We have to get Thalia and Grover, Annabeth looked around frantically. Oh, where did they dance off to? Come on! She ran through the crowd. I was about to follow when a mob of girls got in my way. I maneuvered around them to avoid getting the ribbon and lipstick treatment. And by the time I was free, Annabeth had disappeared. I turned a full circle, looking for her and Thalia and Grover. Instead, I saw something that chilled my blood. About 50 feet away, lying on the gym floor, was a floppy green cap, just like the one Bianca D'Angelo had been wearing. Near it were a few scattered trading cards. Then I caught a glimpse of Dr. Thorne. He was hurrying out a door at the opposite end of the gym, steering the D'Angelo kids by the scruffs of their necks like kittens. I still couldn't see Annabeth, but I knew she'd be heading the other way, looking for Thalia and Grover. I almost ran after her, and then I thought, wait. I remembered what Thalia had said to me in that entry hall, looking at me all puzzled when I asked about the finger snap trick. Hasn't Chiron ever showed you how to do that? I thought about the way Grover had turned to her, expecting her to save the day. Not that I resented Thalia. She was cool. It wasn't her fault that her dad was Zeus and she got all the attention. Still, I didn't need to run after her to solve every problem. Besides, there wasn't time. The D'Angelos were in danger. They might be long gone by the time I found my friends. I knew monsters. I could handle this myself. I took Riptide out of my pocket and ran after Dr. Thorne. The door led into a dark hallway. I heard sounds of scuffling up ahead, then a painful grunt. I uncapped Riptide. The pen grew in my hands until I held the bronze sword, about 3 feet long, with a leather-bound grip. The blade glowed faintly, casting a golden light on the rows of lockers. I jogged down the corridor, but when I got to the other end, no one was there. I opened a door and found myself back in the main entry hall. I was completely turned around. I didn't see Dr. Thorne anywhere. But there on the opposite side of the room were the D'Angelo kids. They stood frozen in horror, staring right at me. I advanced slowly, lowering the tip of my sword. "It's okay. I'm not going to hurt you." They didn't answer. Their eyes were full of fear. What was wrong with them? Where was Dr. Thorne? Maybe he'd sensed the presence of Riptide and retreated. Monsters hated celestial bronze weapons. "My name's Percy," I said, trying to keep my voice level. "I'm going to take you out of here. Get you somewhere safe." Bianca's eyes widened, her fists clenched. Only too late did I realize what her look meant. She wasn't afraid of me. She was trying to warn me. I whirled around, and something went whoosh. Pain exploded in my shoulder. A force like a huge hand yanked me backward and slammed me to the wall. I slashed with my sword, but there was nothing to hit. A cold laugh echoed through the hall. "Yes, Perseus, hang on, oh, French. Yes, Perseus Jackson. Perseus Jackson," Dr. Thorne said. His accent mangled the J in my last name. "Jackson, Jackson. I know who you are. I know who you are." I tried to free my shoulder. My coat and shirt were pinned to the wall by some kind of spike. A black dagger-like projectile about a foot long. It had grazed the skin of my shoulder as it passed through my clothes, and the cut burned. I'd felt something like this before. Poison. I forced myself to concentrate. I would not pass out. A dark silhouette now moved towards us. Dr. Thorne stepped into the dim light. He still looked human, but his face was ghoulish. He had perfect white teeth, and his brown, blue eyes reflected the light of my sword. Thank you for coming out of the gym. Or, sorry, French. Thank you for coming out of the gym. Thank you for coming out of the gym. You freaking. French. Thank you for coming out of the gym. I'm going Spanish with it like so quickly. Or Spanish or Mexican with it so quickly. He said, I hate middle school. Now it's Russian. Hang on. A French accent. A French like a croissant. Thank you for coming out of the gym. I hate middle school dances. Middle school dancers. There we go. I hate middle school dancers. Dude. Dude, whenever I try to do an accent and make it evil, I feel like it makes it so much harder. I hate middle school dancers. I tried to swing my sword again, but he was just out of reach. Whish! A second projectile shot from somewhere behind Dr. Thorne. He didn't appear to move. It was as if someone invisible were standing behind him, throwing knives. Next to me, Bianca yelped. The second thorn impaled itself into the stone wall, half an inch from her face. All three of you are coming with me. Dr. Thorne said, quietly, obediently. If you make a single noise, if you call out for help or try to fight, I will show you just how accurately I can throw. That's the end of the chapter. Gosh, dude, guys, I'm sorry. I hate dancers. Dude, freaking, I don't know. It might just be because I've been doing like a Russian accent recently, as I've been recording lyrics for the Lost Sons archive theme. But this French accent is just not happening today. Regardless though, I hope it was still entertaining. I think it was. I like to think the guy was just very passionate about his emotions, rather than you having to repeat the lines. He just kept repeating himself. I hate middle school dancers. I hate middle school dancers. I hate middle school dancers. He's just standing there repeating it over and over. Percy's just like, uh-huh, yeah, no, go on, please. It's not like we're fighting or anything. Well, you gotta just look up French accent and do everyone. Accents and do everyone. The author ran out of material for that one. I'm curious. Sorry. French accent. How to speak with a French accent. Different French accents.
A lot of you have been asked clips for a while now, and I'll be watching them regarding different French accents. and how they.
Quelqu'un a-t-il une question formulée en français?
And Jean-Michel Apathy, who's a very famous French journalist.
Jean-Michel Apathy, Apathy, Jean-Michel. Ho ho ho. I know, whenever I try to get myself into it, it's similar to your yeehaw, Toko. It's similar to the yeehaw. I feel like I have to go oh before every line in order to actually like solidify the accent. That'll only make it generic. I want it to sound natural. I will not. I will not be explaining it. Just know that it's similar to Tokoyu's yeehaw. Oh boy. Heck, that was a good chapter though. Solid start. It ramps up right as a, right during the start of a big mission. Mission. The yeehaw does suck. I'm sorry, Tokoyu. Oh, Mike Tyson. Tyson. Mike Tyson. I'm sorry, dude. Well, I don't know. It, objectively, it sucks, right? But I enjoy it. No, don't go cry, dude. I do enjoy it. It's heartwarming. And wholesome. It just objectively is bad. Objectively, I think it's the best thing ever. Fair enough, dude. Fair enough. Alright. Well, let's go ahead and get into chapter 2. Yeehaw. 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 Hon. Exactly, dude. Yeehaw. Alright. 2. The vice principal gets a missile launcher. I didn't know what kind of monster Dr. Thorne was, but he was fast. Maybe I could defend myself if I could get my shield activated. All that it would take was a touch of my wristwatch, but depending on the D'Angelo kids. But defending the D'Angelo kids was another matter. I needed help. There was only one way I could think to get it. I closed my eyes. What are you doing, Jackson? Hissed Dr. Thorne. Keep moving. Keep moving. I opened my eyes and kept shuffling forward. It's my shoulder, I lied, trying to sound miserable, which wasn't hard. It burns. Bah! My poison causes pain. I will not kill you. Walk. Thorne herded us outside, and I tried to concentrate. I pictured Grover's face. I focused on my feelings of fear and danger. Last summer, Grover had created an empathy link between us. He'd sent me visions in my dreams to let me know when he was in trouble. As far as I knew, we were still linked, but I never tried to contact Grover before. I didn't even know if it would work while Grover was awake. Hey, Grover, I thought. Thorne's kidnapping us. He's a poison spike-throwing maniac. Help! Thorne marched us into the woods. We took a snowy path, dimly lit by old-fashioned lamplights. My shoulder ached. The wind blowing through my ripped clothes was so cold that I felt like a Percy sickle. There is a clearing up ahead. There is a clearing ahead, Thorn said. We will summon your ride. What ride? Bianca demanded. Where are you taking us? Where are you taking us? Silence, you insufferable girl. Dude, I know what's gonna help me. I just need to try to replicate the little candle from Beauty and the Beast. Just a ghoulic thorn, a ghoul-like spike throwing version. Don't talk to my sister that way, Nico said. His voice quivered. But I was impressed that he had the guts to say anything at all. Dr. Thorne made a growling sound that definitely wasn't human. It made the hairs stand up on the back of my neck, but I forced myself to keep walking and pretended I was being a good little captive. Meanwhile, I projected my thoughts like crazy. Anything to get Grover's attention. Grover! Apples! Tin cans! Get your furry goat behind out here and bring some heavily armed friends! Halt, Thorne said. Halt, Thorne said. The woods had opened up. We'd reached a cliff overlooking the sea. At least, I sensed the sea was down there, hundreds of feet below. I could hear the waves churning, and I could smell the cold, salty froth. But all I could see was mist and darkness. Now, in my headcanon, Dr. Thorne isn't actually French. He just really likes the French, so he's feigning a French accent. Just really struggling with it. Thanks, dude. Dr. Thorne pushed us toward the edge. I stumbled, and Bianca caught me. Thanks, I whispered, or I murmured. What is he? She whispered. How do we fight him? I'm working on it. I'm scared, Nico mumbled. He was fiddling with something. A little metal toy soldier of some kind. Stop talking, Dr. Thorne said. Face me. We turned. Thorne's two-tone eyes glittered hungrily. He pulled something from under his coat. At first, I thought it was a switchblade, but it was only a phone. He pressed the side button and said, The package is ready to deliver. There was a garbled reply, and I realized Thorne was in walkie-talkie mode. This seemed way too modern and creepy. A monster using a mobile phone? I glanced behind me, wondering how far the drop was. Dr. Thorne laughed. By all means. Son of Poseidon. Jump! There is a sea. Save yourself. Save yourself. What did he call you? What did he call you? Bianca muttered. I'll explain later, I said. You do have a plan, right? Grover! I thought desperately. Come to me! Maybe I could get both the D'Angelos to jump with me into the ocean. If we survived the fall, I could use the water to protect us. I'd done things like that before. If my dad was in a good mood and listening, he might help. Maybe. I would kill you before you ever reach the water, Dr. Thorne said, as if reading my thoughts. You do not realize You do not realize who I am. You do not realize who I am. Again, I don't know. I won't apologize. You'll hear me repeating those lines occasionally. A flicker of movement behind me. Another missile whistled so close to me that it nicked my ear. Something had sprung up behind Dr. Thorne like a catapult, but more flexible. Almost like a tail. Unfortunately, Thorne said, you are wanted alive, if possible. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Who wants us? Bianca demanded. Because if you think you'll get some ransom, you're wrong. Don't have any family. Nico and I... Her voice broke a little. We've got no one but each other. Oh, Dr. Thorne said. Do not worry, little brats. You will be meeting my employer soon enough. Then you will have a brand new family. Luke, I said. You work for Luke. Dr. Thorne's mouth twisted with distaste when I said the name of my old enemy. A former friend who tried to kill me several times. You have no idea what is happening, Percy Jackson. I will let the General enlighten you. You are going to do him a great service tonight. He is looking forward to meeting you. The General? I asked. Then I realized I'd said it with a... The General? The General? The General? I asked. Then I realized I'd said it with a French accent. I mean, who's the General? Thorne looked toward the horizon. Ah, here we are. Your transportation. Transportation. I turned and saw a light in the distance, a searchlight over the sea. Then I heard the chopping of helicopter blades getting louder and closer. Where are you taking us? Nico said. You should be honored, my boy. You will have the opportunity to join a great army. Just like that silly game you play with cards and dolls. They're not dolls, they're figurines. And you can take your great army and... No. Sorry, they're not dolls, they're figurines. You can take your great army and... No, Dr. Thorne warned. You will change your mind about joining us, my boy. And if you do not, well, there are other uses for half-bloods. We have many monstrous mouths to feed. The great stirring is underway. The great what? I asked. Anything to keep him talking while I tried to figure out a plan. The stirring of monsters. Dr. Thorne smiled evilly. The worst of them, the most powerful, are now waking. Monsters that have not been seen in thousands of years. They will cause death and destruction, the likes of which mortals have never seen, never known. And soon we shall have the most important monster of all, the one that shall bring the downfall of Olympus. Okay, Bianca whispered to me. He's completely nuts. We have to jump off the cliff, I told her quietly. Into the sea. Oh, super idea. You're completely nuts too. I never got the chance to argue with her, because just then, an invisible force slammed into me. Looking back on it, Annabeth's move was brilliant. Wearing her cap of invisibility, she plowed into the D'Angelos and me, knocking us to the ground. For a split second, Dr. Thorne was taken by surprise, so his first volley of missiles zipped harmlessly over our heads. This gave Thalia and Grover a chance to advance from behind, Thalia wielding her magic shield, Aegis. If you've never seen Thalia run into a battle, you have never been truly frightened. She uses a huge spear that expands from this collapsible mace canister she carries in her pocket. But that's not the scary part. Her shield is modeled after one her dad Zeus uses, also called Aegis. A gift from Athena. The shield has the head of the Gorgon Medusa molded into the bronze, and even though it won't turn you to stone, it's so horrible, most people will panic and run at the sight of it. Even Dr. Thorne winced and growled when he saw it. Thalia moved in with her spear. For Zeus! I thought Dr. Thorne was a gunner. Thalia jabbed at his head, but he snarled and swatted the spear aside. His hand changed into an orange paw, with enormous claws that sparked against Thalia's shield as he slashed. If it hadn't been for Aegis, Thalia would have been sliced like a loaf of bread. As it was, she managed to roll backward and land on her feet. The sound of the helicopter was getting louder behind me, but I didn't dare look. Dr. Thorne launched another volley of missiles at Thalia, and this time, I could see how he did it. He had a tail, a leathery, scorpion-like tail that bristled with spikes at the tip. The missiles deflected off Aegis, but the force of their impact knocked Thalia down. Grover sprang forward. He put his reed pipes to his lips and began to play, a frantic jig that sounded like something pirates would dance to. Grass broke through the snow. Within seconds, rope-thick weeds were wrapping around Dr. Thorne's legs, entangling him. Dr. Thorne roared and began to change. He grew larger until he was in his true form. His face, still human, but his body that of a huge lion. His leathery, spiky tail whipped deadly thorns in all directions. "A manticore!" Annabeth said, now visible. Her magical New York Yankees cap had come off when she'd plowed into us. "Who are you people?" Bianca D'Angelo demanded. "And what is that?" "A manticore?" Nico gasped. "He's got 3,000 attack power, and +5 to saving throws." I didn't know what he was talking about, but I didn't have time to worry about it. The manticore clawed Grover's magic weeds to shreds and turned towards us with a snarl. "Get down!" Annabeth pushed the D'Angelos flat to the snow. At the last second, I remembered my own shield. I hit my wristwatch. The metal plating spiraled out into the thick bronze shield. Not a moment too soon. The thorns impacted against it with such force they dented the metal. The beautiful shield, a gift from my brother, was badly damaged. I wasn't sure it would even stop for a second volley. I heard a thwack and a yelp, and Grover landed next to me with a thud. "Yield!" the monster roared. "Never!" Thalia yelled from across the field. She charged the monster, and for a second, I thought she would run him through. But then there was a thunderous noise and a blaze of light from behind us. The helicopter appeared out of the mist, hovering just beyond the cliffs. It was a sleek, black, military-style gunship, with attachments on the sides that looked like laser-guided rockets. The helicopter had to be manned by mortals. But what was it doing here? How could mortals be working with a monster? The searchlights blinded Thalia, and the manticore swatted her away with its tail. Her shield flew off into the snow. Her spear flew in the other direction. No! I ran out to help her. I parried away a spike just before it would have hit her chest. I raised my shield over us, but I knew it wouldn't be enough. Dr. Thorne laughed. Now you do see the hopelessness of it all. Yield, little heroes. We were trapped between a monster and a fully armed helicopter. We had no chance. Then I heard a clear, piercing sound. The call of a hunting horn blowing in the woods. The manticore froze. For a moment, no one moved. There was only the swirl of snow and wind and the chopping of the helicopter's blades. No, Dr. Thorne said. It cannot be. His sentence was cut short when something shot past me like a streak of moonlight. A glowing silver arrow sprouted from Dr. Thorne's shoulder. He staggered backward, wailing in agony. Curse you! Thorne cried. He unleashed his spikes, dozens of them at once, into the woods where the arrow had come from. But just as fast, silvery arrows shot back in reply. It almost looked like the arrows had intercepted the thorns in midair and sliced them in two. But my eyes must have been playing tricks on me. No one, not even Apollo's kids at camp, could shoot with that much accuracy. The manticore pulled the arrow out of his shoulder with a howl of pain. His breath was heavy. I tried to swipe at him with my sword, but he wasn't as injured as he looked. He dodged my attack and slammed his tail into my shield, knocking me aside. Then, the archers came from the woods. They were girls, about a dozen of them. The youngest was maybe 10, the oldest about 14, like me. They wore silvery ski parkas and jeans, and they were all armed with bows. They advanced on the manticore with determined expressions. "The hunters!" Annabeth cried. Next to me, Thalia muttered, "Oh, wonderful!" I didn't have a chance to ask what she meant. One of the older archers stepped forward with her bow drawn. She was tall and graceful, with coppery-colored skin. Unlike the other girls, she had a silver circlet braided into the top of her long dark hair, so she looked like some kind of Persian princess. "Permission to kill, my lady." I couldn't tell who she was talking to, because she kept her eyes on the manticore. The monster wailed. This is not fair. Direct interference. It is against the ancient laws." "Not so," another girl said. This one was a little younger than me, maybe 12 or 13. She had auburn hair gathered back in a ponytail and strange eyes, silvery yellow like the moon. Her face was so beautiful, it made me catch my breath. But her expression was stern and dangerous. "The hunting of all wild beasts is within my sphere, and you, foul creature, are a wild beast." She looked at the older girl with the circlet. "Zoe, permission granted." The manticore growled. If I cannot have these alive, I shall have them dead. He lunged at Thalia and me, knowing we were weak and dazed. No! Annabeth yelled. She charged at the monster. Or no! Annabeth yelled. She charged at the monster. Get back, Half-Blood! The girl with the circlet said. Get out of the line of fire! But Annabeth leapt onto the monster's back and drove her knife into his mane. The manticore howled, turning in circles with his tail flailing as Annabeth hung on for dear life. Fire! Zoe ordered. No! I screamed, but the hunters let the arrows fly. The first caught the manticore in the neck. Another hit his chest. The manticore staggered backward, wailing. This is not the end, humans! You shall pay! And before anyone could react, the monster, with Annabeth still on his back, leapt over the cliff and tumbled into the darkness. Annabeth! I yelled. I started to run after her, but our enemies weren't done with us. There was a snap, snap, snap from the helicopter, the sound of gunfire. Most of the hunters scattered as tiny holes appeared in the snow at their feet, but the girl with the auburn hair just looked up calmly at the helicopter. Mortals, she announced, are not allowed to witness my hunt. She thrust out her hand, and the helicopter exploded into dust. No, not dust. The black metal dissolved into a flock of birds, ravens, which scattered into the night. The hunters advanced on us. The one called Zoe stopped short when she saw Thalia. You, she said with distaste. Zoe Nightshade. Thalia's voice trembled with anger. Perfect timing, as usual. Zoe scanned the rest of us. 4 half-bloods, and a satyr, my lady. Yes, the younger girl said. Some of Chiron's campers. I see. Annabeth, I yelled. You have to let us save her. You have to let us save her. The auburn-haired girl turned towards me. I'm sorry, Percy Jackson, but your friend is beyond help. I tried to struggle to my feet, but a couple of the girls held me down. You are in no condition to be hurling yourself off cliffs, the auburn-haired girl said. Let me go! Let me go! I demanded. Who do you think you are? Zoe stepped forward as if to smack me. No, the other girl ordered. I sense no disrespect, Zoe. He is simply distraught. He does not understand. The younger girl looked at me, her eyes colder and brighter than the winter moon. I'm Artemis, she said, goddess of the hunt. Ho! Ho! Dude, Annabeth! I expected Percy to just jump, like, right away. Did anybody else think that? I thought Percy was just gonna straight up, like, break the grip of Thalia and anyone else who tried to stop him and just dive. all Superman style. Dang. Anyone know the song Manticore by NSP? I do. Are those songs copywritten? I'd love to play that one during the break. Dang, guys. Yikes. Like most things, I think that French accent just took me a little while to get to get the feel for. But I'm happy. I'm happy with that chapter. I think I did all right. Hey, thanks for the host, Lube. Much obliged, dude. I don't know if you're here, but if you're here, or if you see this later, thank you so much. Yeah, I think it's copywritten. Yeah, I don't doubt it, dude. I would have rated you, but I owed someone a favor with one. Hey, don't worry about it, dude. You've done plenty for me over the past, over the past time I've been streaming so far. I appreciate anything that you do for me. And I appreciate you in general. I hope your stream went well, dude. How was it? Yo. Yeah, how was the stream? Pretty solid? Another day at the office. Solid, dude. I'm glad. I just realized my tea might be at drinking heat hotness now. Oh man. It's a little bit like lukewarm. Dude, F's in chat for lukewarm tea. Still tastes good though. It's really starting to feel like work lately. Oh. Well, I don't know. That doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. G? What? I mean, if streaming feels like work, I don't know. It depends on the perspective, in my opinion, right? Like, if streaming seems like work to me, if that just means that I'm taking it seriously and it does drain me by the end, but if by the end that's a good kind of draining, you know, that means that I'm just working hard at it, and it is work. I don't know, dude. But I imagine you probably mean it like it's a bad thing. Yeah, dude, frick. You're right. I actually have something for that. I could have put it in my like insulated. I don't have a mug, but I have an insulated like to-go coffee thingamabob. Today it was. Yeah, man. I'm sorry about that. Just had a rough start. I get that. I had like a rough end to one of my streams somewhat recently. Yeah, you were there. The guy that popped in was like, "Hey, lo, would you like $400 for you two for do a funny funny food challenge?" Dude, that was weird as heck. It honestly threw me off. It really did. I don't know why, but like it's funny how like the smallest things can, yeah, can cause that big of an effect. It's interesting. Yeah, I doubt it. Hmm. Well, nice. Well, not so nice, I guess. Again, I hope there were at least some highlights to the stream. Anything you can pick out that was a highlight or a good part to it? Yeah, dude. I do hope I get to see him again. What was his name? I don't know. I might be able to find it. J-Man. J-Man. J-Man04. If you're out there, we miss you. Come home. Had a really active chat. Heck yeah, dude. Honestly, active chats do make a big difference. I know I don't have as much opportunity for it, especially on like novel reading nights, because most of it does need to be like the actual book, and reading. But I do. I've set up my setup here a little bit better to where I can glance up there every once in a while. So you know, we had that little chat about the French accent in the chapter before this last one. And I'll interrupt it every once in a while, if I see something that warrants responding. But seriously, yeah, active chat means a lot. Um, Yesterday's stream, I just wanted to, if anybody is here that was in yesterday's stream at the start, I wanted to thank you. That was wild. Like, the chat was so active. We started Sci-Fi Sunday, and it was 40 minutes later we actually started like the reading of sci-fi short stories and SCP stuff because we were just having a dandy old time, talking it up. I don't know, like as a streamer, that really doesn't mean so much. Um, yeah, it's just cool. Like it's neat to get to know, especially when it's a small community like this. It's neat to get to know the viewers a little bit more, and yeah, hear from them. Yeah, dude. For real. That was because I had to let the chickens out though. Or sorry, I had to put the chickens up. Not let them out. I did not open the cage and free them. I put them up in their hen house. Ah, nice. I hope I think it'll take me a little while to get the feel for Nico's voice as well. Cuz I know he's younger, but I want to give him like an edgier tone as well. My I think my goal for him is to give him a younger feel, like somewhat immature with a so like a younger, more immature feel to him. But with a little bit, a hint of Spanish in the accent. But I think it'll take me a little while to get the feel for that. But bear with me. As you know, I read these somewhat blind, so I don't prepare the accents beforehand. Bummed. I had a date last night during the sci-fi night. Can't wait to catch the VOD while I work tomorrow. Heck yeah, dude. I'd love for you to check it out. It was a fun night. We read a lot of SCPs. We read the Infinite IKEA one. That's definitely one to catch. And Sentinel, the story that we read by Arthur C. Clarke, was primo, dude. It was really nice. Aw. Dude, I agree, Toko. Stream is a date. You're all my hubbies and wiffies. True. Shh, don't tell her. Don't tell her. Or do. It is true, dude. We did live together for a while. Those were good times. It is true, actually. Toko, I actually knew Lucas before you. I was lubing it up before I ever tokoed. Hey. Senor. Senor Saturno? Saturno. Do you like being called Saturno or Senor? I think Senor works. I don't know. Are you asking Senor? I think I've been married like a lot of times, but hey, I guess I'm polygonal. Polygonal. Is that what's the word for like having many wives and husbands? Polyphemus. 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 The the Cyclops from last book. I'm Polyphemus, guys. Polygonal. I'm polygonal Polyphemus. Gotcha. Polyamorous. Is it polyamorous or polygamous? No, polygamous. Dude. I don't know if I would know what it is now, even if somebody says the right one. Okay, it is polyamorous. Gotcha. But I am polygonal. I like that descriptor. I don't know what the heck it means, but polygraphic, I'm polygonal, polyamorous, polyphemus. I'm just poly, dude. Polygon. Polywag. I'm your uncle? But I'm married to you? Yee. Yee. Ooh. You can call me anything you like, by the way. Right on. I will call you Centurno. Centurnonymous? Centurnarino. I think I like Senor. I'll go with that. Polydactyl. The joke was my uncle has been married many times. So I'm sorry. I'm not your uncle, but I'm like your uncle. I see. It was a metaphor. I think. Yeah, not a simile, metaphor. Dude, I hope by the time I'm like a year or so into streaming, I'll actually be more adept in literature things, in like grammar and junk. What I imagine though is that I will learn like through this, just good stuff. That's jankies or junkies, jankies, jinkies. Is it spelled is it said jinkies? Because that's fantastic. Mitch gets his full education through chat. It's true, dude. I rely on you guys for more than just emotional support and financial support. I learn from you too, believe it or not. Oh gosh, need to change my position. Shake out my limbs. I've decided to go like straight from chapter to chapter tonight because since I'm starting late, I do want to get in at least 3 chapters and still be able to get off by like 11:30. I'm thinking latest. So we may just be doing the one break again, but I'm cool with that. I'm diggity down. Thankfully this time, I started though after I put the chickens up, so no break necessary to put chickens inside a pen. Alright guys, are you ready for the next chapter? Are you ready for chapter 3? I know, chickens are pretty cool. Not bad. I need to go steal their eggs away tomorrow. It's honestly not too hard to take care of them. Just gotta make sure they're fed, have water. You have to set up like a pen for them, but that's like the initial front work to it all. Once you have all that set up, you just gotta change the hay every once in a while, like every 2 months or maybe longer. Yeah, and then take their eggs whenever they lay them, and make sure you don't f with the rooster. Should do a Pogger's face. Was that a good one? What about this one? Thank you. I'm not too bad at faces. I don't do it too often on this stream, but I like all throughout my life I've practiced like doing silly faces in the mirror, and it's paid off. Tenfold, dude. Cause I just like contorting my face. It's a good thing. It's just a neat skill that I feel like anyone is capable of, you know? And it's a beautiful thing. I can go all like, or any number of things. I need Netflix date suggestions. What should we watch? Ooh, I know you asked. Yes, Senor. Yes. I know you asked chat, but I might have a few suggestions myself. Or also, if you like anime, A Silent Voice is a real emotional one. If you want to get sappy with your girl or boy, your significant other, dude, if you haven't seen A Silent Voice, please give that one a shot. It is my favorite film, like hands down. Spirited Away is heckin' good. That's a classic. Yeah, A Silent Voice is on Netflix. Silent Voice, do it. You will not regret. Or Wako. The series Wako was really intense. It's a good live action one. And it's a fairly short series. Could be watched like in 2 sessions. 2 Netflix and chill sessions. Just get sad and watch all of Evangelion. Oh yeah. Anytime, dude. Gotcha. Search up, dude. Freaking, I cannot stress enough. A Silent Voice. So good. So good. So good. Magic for Humans is a cute one if you're wanting something light. Have you seen that? Heck yeah, Toko. I'm glad you've seen it, dude. It's so good. Ah. Avatar is on Netflix. Some good stuff. I don't know. We could go through suggestions all day, but I'll let you guys proceed with that as I read to you the 3rd chapter. So again, this is Percy Jackson and the Titan's Curse by Rick Riordan. 3. Bianca D'Angelo makes a choice. After seeing Dr. Thorne turn into a monster and plummet off the edge of a cliff with Annabeth, you'd think nothing else could shock me. But when this 12-year-old girl told me she was a goddess, not only a goddess, but the goddess Artemis, I said something real intelligent, like, okay. That was nothing compared to Grover. He gasped, then knelt hastily in the snow and started yammering, "Thank you, Lady Artemis, you're so... wow." "Get up, goat boy," Thalia snapped. "We have other things to worry about. Annabeth is gone." "Whoa," Bianca D'Angelo said. "Hold up. Time out." Everybody looked at her. She pointed her finger at all of us in turn, like she was trying to connect the dots. Who are you people?" Artemis's expression softened. "It might be a better question, my dear girl, to ask. Who are you? Who are your parents?" Bianca glanced nervously at her brother, who was still staring in awe at Artemis. "Our parents are dead," Bianca said. "We're orphans. There's a bank trust that pays for our school. But..." She faltered. I guess she could tell from our faces that we didn't believe her. "What?" she demanded. "I'm telling the truth." "You're a half-blood," Zoe Nightshade said. Her accent was hard to place. It sounded old-fashioned, Oh. You're a half-blood. You are a half-blood. um. You are a half-blood, Zoe Nightshade said. Her accent was hard to place. It sounded old-fashioned, like she was reading from a really old book. Oh, I see. Sorry, super old-fashioned. One of thy parents was mortal. The other was an Olympian. An Olympian athlete? No, Zoe said. One of the gods. Cool, said Nico. No! 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 Bianca's voice quavered. This is not cool. Nico danced around like he needed to use the restroom. Does Zeus really have lightning bolts that do 600 damage? Oh. Does Zeus really have lightning bolts that do 600 damage? Does he get extra movement points for... Nico, shut up! Bianca put her hands to her face. This is not your stupid mytho-magic game, okay? There are no gods. As anxious as I felt about Annabeth, all I wanted to do was search for her. I couldn't help feeling sorry for the D'Angelos. I remembered what it was like when I first learned I was a demigod. Thalia must have been feeling something similar, because the anger in her eyes subsided a little bit. Bianca, I know it's hard to believe, but the gods are still around. Trust me, they're immortal. And whenever they have kids with regular humans, kids like us, well, our lives are dangerous. Dangerous, Bianca said. Like the girl who fell. Thalia turned away. Even Artemis looked pained. Do not despair for Annabeth, the goddess said. She was a brave maiden. If she can be found, I shall find her. Then why won't you let us go look for her? I asked. She is gone. Can't you sense it, son of Poseidon? Some magic is at work. I do not know exactly how or why, but your friend has vanished. I still wanted to jump off the cliff to search for her, but I had a feeling that Artemis was right. Annabeth was gone. If she'd been down there in the sea, I thought, I'd be able to feel her presence. Oh! Nico raised his hand. What about Dr. Thorne? Oh, that was awesome. How did you shoot him with arrows? Is he dead? He was a manticore, Artemis said. Hopefully he is destroyed now. But monsters never truly die. They reform over and over again, and they must be hunted whenever they reappear. Or they'll hunt us, Thalia said. Bianca D'Angelo shivered. That explains. Nico, you remember last summer, those guys who tried to attack us in the alley in DC? And that bus driver, Nico said. The one with the ram's horns. I told you he was real. That's why Grover has been watching you, I said, to keep you safe, if you turned out to be half-bloods. Grover? Bianca stared at him. You're a demigod? Well, a satyr, actually. He kicked off his shoes and displayed his goat hooves. I thought Bianca was going to faint right there. Grover, put your shoes back on, Thalia said. You're freaking her out. Hey, my hooves are clean. Bianca, I said, we came here to help you. You and Nico need training to survive. Dr. Thorne won't be the last monster you meet. You need to come to camp. Camp? She asked. Camp Half-Blood. I said. It's where half-bloods learn to survive and stuff. You can join us. Stay there year-round if you like. Sweet! Let's go! Said Nico. Wait. Bianca shook her head. I don't know. I don't know. There is another option, Zoe said. No, there isn't, Thalia said. Thalia and Zoe glared at each other. I didn't know what they were talking about, but I could tell there was bad history between them. For some reason, they seriously hated each other. We've burdened these children enough, Artemis announced. Zoe, we will rest here for a few hours, raise the tents, treat the wounded, retrieve our guests' belongings from the school. Yes, my lady. And Bianca, come with me. I would like to speak with you. What? About me? Nico asked. Artemis considered the boy. Perhaps you can show Grover how to play that card game you enjoy? I'm sure Grover would be happy to entertain you for a while, as a favor to me. Grover just about tripped over himself getting up. You bet! Come on, Nico! Oh, nice. Thank you for the host, Mobbin. I was trying to figure out what that notification was. Oh, sorry. I also realized when Nico said, what about me? I thought he meant like, what, comma, about me? But he simply asked, what about me? Nico and Grover walked off toward the woods, talking about hit points and armor ratings and a bunch of other geeky stuff. Artemis led a confused-looking Bianca along the cliff. The hunters began unpacking their knapsacks and making camp. Zoe gave Thalia one more evil look, then left to oversee things. As soon as she was gone, Thalia stamped her foot in frustration. The nerve of those hunters! They think they're so... Ugh! I'm with you, I said. I don't trust. Oh, you're with me? Thalia turned on me furiously. What were you thinking back there in the gym, Percy? You take on Dr. Thorne all by yourself? You knew he was a monster. If we'd stuck together, we could have taken him without the hunters getting involved. Annabeth might still be here. Did you think of that? My jaw clenched. Thought of some harsh things to say, and I might have said them too. But then I looked down and saw something navy blue lying in the snow at my feet. Annabeth's New York Yankees baseball cap. Thalia didn't say another word. She wiped a tear from her cheek, turned, and marched off, leaving me alone with the trampled cap in the snow. The hunters set up their camping site in a matter of minutes. 7 large tents, all of silver silk, curved in a crescent around one side of a bonfire. One of the girls blew a silver dog whistle, and a dozen white wolves appeared out of the woods. They began circling the camp like guard dogs. The hunters walked among them and fed them treats, completely unafraid. But I decided I would stick close to the tents. Falcons watched us from the trees, their eyes flashing in the firelight, and I got the feeling they were on guard duty too. Even the weather seemed to bend to the goddess's will. The air was still cold, but the wind died down, and the snow stopped falling, so it was almost pleasant sitting by the fire. Huh, what's up, Impulse? Hey, and what's up, Mobbin? Welcome, dude. Heck, I'll take a little break from reading for a second. Welcome, guys. Silly Sammy, what's shaking? I hope everybody's doing well and having a pleasant evening, whether it be evening or otherwise, for you. Hey, don't worry about it, man. Yeah. Thanks, dude. I try my best. There's a couple of characters that I'm still getting my feet on the ground for. You know, getting the feel for how I want their character voice to be like. You missed you missed like in the first chapter that this one monster who had a French accent came up. I was struggling, but thankfully I came into it just in time for the monster to be vanquished. It was good stuff. This is your favorite of the Percy Jackson series. Heck yeah. Dude, having been reading through these books again has been a nostalgia trip of the best kind. Let's hear it. Oh, the French accent. Let me go back and find one of his lines. Maybe let's see if I can redeem myself. Let me find one of the lines that I struggled with the most. Alright, so in this part, Thorn, the monster, he turned out to be a manticore, is leading Percy and the D'Angelo brothers over to a cliff. Sorry, they put The Lightning Thief on Disney Plus. It was not as good a movie as I remember, but the nostalgia was real. Actually, a buddy of mine just watched that today. I'm planning, since I've been reading through the series on the weekdays, or at least from Monday through Wednesday. I'm gonna try to do like a movie review on my YouTube channel. So that'll be a good time. Yo, thank you, Mob and Dirty. Thank you so much for the dough for the meadow. Man, you didn't have to, but you did. And I'm flattered. And thank you, Silly Sammy, for the new follow. Yeah, dude, much obliged. Yo, Rem Dog, welcome to the meadow. I tend to call my followers my wildflowers, because we're all a part of the merry meadow. Yo, what up? What up, dude? Alright, sorry. I've been trying to find the lines. Let me see if I can do this French accent. I would kill you before you ever reached the water, Dr. Thorne said, as if reading my thoughts. You do not realize who I am. You do not realize. Yeah. I'm still struggling. You do not realize who I am. Unfortunately, Thorne said, you are wanted alive, if possible. Otherwise, you would already be dead. Surprisingly, it was easier to get his accent whenever he got like angry and started yelling. I can do an angry yelling French accent much better than a calm one. You're on slow mode. Can you put this on Doug's promo section? Oh, frick. Thank you, dude. Alright. I'm gonna try to do I ever get angry? Ooh, you better not ask, lest I be filled with rage. No, but in all honesty, of course, I'm still human. I know the whole streamer illusion can get a little, I don't know, a little foggy, but I'm still human. I get upset. So you better watch out. Ha! Hoo! I'm a master when it comes to fighting, to doing the punches and the kicks and the kicks. I can do both. You bet your bottom. Definite human. Yes, I am a human. I would not ever be not a human. Right? If you like this series, I'd highly recommend you check out the series The Incarnation of Immortality by Piers Anthony. I don't read as much as I should, if at all. Neither do I. Now, that's part of why I brought up this channel. It's a great way to introduce myself and others to literature. Oh, heck yeah, what am I doing? Let me give you an idea of what this channel even is. Monday through Wednesday, I've been reading through the Percy Jackson series. On Thursdays, I do a D&D session or a tabletop roleplay session with my buddies. We do Fantasy Friday, where I read fantasy short stories. Simp Saturday, which stands for Say Your Merry Prayers Saturday, where we read horror short stories, which those are quite a delight, in the most terrifying and bone-chilling way. And on Sundays, we finish off the weekend with a sci-fi Sunday. Yep, Simp Saturday, dude. Sold as fuck. Definitely check you out more. Thank you, Impulse. It means a lot. In fact, it means the world. Aw, heck yeah, dude. It especially means a lot when people show up to these Percy Jackson reads. It kind of stinks because, you know, if you didn't start like from the first book, it can be a little bit confusing, just jumping right in. But yeah, and because of that, you know, I don't get quite as many viewers on these nights, but this has been super cool, guys. You guys just strolling on in, being all kind and frickin' dandy. I'm a blessed guy. Yeah, man. I would really like that. I will need to learn a little more about audio engineering when it comes to how to do ASMR, but I definitely would love to learn that going forward. And yeah, dough that is like put towards this channel will, you know, just be put towards upgrading how the channel be. Whether that be equipment or renting the Percy Jackson movie as to make a review for it. Can I say cheese very sensually into the mic in an ASMR way? I would be more than happy to. Cheese, cheddar, mozzarella, Gouda, and various other cheeses. I'll definitely watch every video. Lamau. Oh, I can cover that part if you really want to learn. Dang, you know about it. Sick, dude. I would be very grateful for it. Biggest piece of advice I can give you is don't even worry about the viewer count. Just doing it for yourself will carry you so far that the numbers will eventually come in. Yeah, dude. Thank you so much, Impulse. And I know that the numbers is an obligatory one. But I really appreciate that reminder. You know, I started the channel in an effort to practice my voice acting, to just gain more experience, and to introduce others and myself to new literature. And so far, it's been a blast. This may, thank you, Mitch. Can't wait for the VOD. Oh yeah. This may be the first time I've said this, but softer. Ooh. Sometimes I dream about cheese. That sounds like a pretty dang nice dream. Yeah, man. Just be yourself. Everything else comes. That's good stuff. And honest to goodness, because I'm trying to practice my voice acting and junk. I have been told before that it appears that I put on a character for the streams. And I won't deny that. A lot of times I want to perform, you know. I want to make sure that I am giving my best whenever I'm here with you guys. But I hope at least a part of my genuine self is getting through, which I think it is. I think it is. Ironically, forward-thinking advice from a guy called Impulse. I didn't even think about that, Katon. Last time I was myself, I had to sing on stream. Bleh. I love singing, dude. Singing's a good time. As someone who knows you, it is. Thanks, Gramples. Colio. Oh yeah, say bleh. 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 I'm wise beyond my years. Lamau. I agree, Impulse. The bleh is real. I am happy. Heck yeah. Yeah, speaking of singing, I've been working today on a intro theme, and I'm revisiting the intro theme for Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday streams. The kind of theme for the channel that I named Unfold. And I think I might be re-recording the vocals. I realized that they have a lot of like white noise in them, and I think I can record them better. And I wanna rearrange some of the mixing, get it a little bit better. All right, guys. Heck yeah. Any other questions or inquiries of any kind? Otherwise, I may jump back into this reading here. Suggestion? Go ahead, shoot. Ambient background music, but quiet. I put that on for fantasy night, for all the weekend nights. But I haven't really done it for these nights. Not entirely sure what might fit generically the whole entire thing, you know? Can God create something so heavy that he himself cannot pick it up? Yeah, yes? Yes. Yeah, because he... But he can do anything, right? Like, if an all-powerful God exists... Golly, dude, that's a conundrum. My brain is starting to smoke and short circuit, dude. What have you done, silly? What have you done? I don't know, but speaking of heavy, that's my favorite lately track. Thanks, dude. I think I may be I'm gonna be putting up a different channel on SoundCloud and try to make one for Spotify with the Merry Mitch you know, brand. Cause I like the Merry Mitch thing. It just feels more me than any other moniker that I've tried to come up with in the past. It's okay. At least I don't know. Go back to yesterday's stream and look for the bees SCP that I read through. Then you'll really know. However, that was like me acting as though I lost it. That whole question that you just asked was a real crisis for a second. But this is why we don't think of those things. We say no thanks to those kinds of questions and move forward from them, lest they confuddle the brain for good. Ah. Can God create something so heavy that he can't pick it up? If I may detract from the convo for a sec. Go for it, Keaton. Keaton no more. Got some popcorn and earbuds ready to go. Lol. Lol. Heck yeah, dude. Who was that other boy on Heavy? Ah, so during the time when I was living with Loop Cubes, I met this guy that went by the pseudonym or the moniker Cracky. His name was Steve. Relatively good guy. Struggled with similar things that I struggled with in the past. Haven't seen him in ages. Kind of disappeared. But during that brief time that I knew him, we created a song together. Dude, Steve, if you're out there, hope you're doing alright, man. It's been a while. Heck yeah. I feel this persisting heaviness. Feels like pouring rain. I do really dig the, like, I don't rap very often. I did try to in that one. I feel like I did good. It was a solid one. I'm the real Loop Cubes. Dude, Lube, do you remember Steve? You might. I think you were there when he was there. Yeah. Yeah. Full of emotion. No doubt about it, dude. Alright, I think I heard somebody say they had their popcorn and their earbuds in and they're ready to go. So I think I'll jump back into the reading here. Oh yeah. The hunters set up their campsite in a matter of minutes. 7 large tents, all of silver silk, curved in a crescent around one side of a bonfire. One of the girls blew a silver dog whistle, and a dozen white wolves appeared out of the woods. They began circling the camp like guard dogs. The hunters walked among them and fed them treats, completely unafraid. But I decided I would stick close to the tents. Falcons watched us from the trees, their eyes flashing in the firelight, and I got the feeling they were on guard duty too. Even the weather seemed to bend to the goddess's will. The air was still cold, but the wind died down, and the snow stopped falling. So it was almost pleasant sitting by the fire. Almost. Except for the pain in my shoulder and the guilt weighing me down. I could not believe Annabeth was gone. And as angry as I was at Thalia, I had a sinking feeling that she was right. It was my fault. What had Annabeth wanted to tell me in the gym? Something serious, she had said. Now I might never find out. I thought about how we danced together for half a song. My heart felt even heavier. I watched Thalia pacing in the snow at the edge of camp, walking among the wolves without fear. She stopped and looked back at Westover Hall, which was now completely dark, looming on the hillside beyond the woods. I wondered what she was thinking. 7 years ago, Thalia had been turned into a pine tree by her father to prevent her from dying. She'd stood her ground against an army of monsters on top of Half-Blood Hill in order to give her friends, Luke and Annabeth, time to escape. She'd only been back as a human for a few months now, and once in a while she would stand so motionless, you'd think she was still a tree. Finally, one of the hunters brought me my backpack. Grover and Nico came back from their walk, and Grover helped me fix up my wounded arm. "It's green," Nico said with delight. "Hold still," Grover told me. "Here, eat some ambrosia while I clean that out." I winced as he dressed the wound, but the ambrosia square helped. It tasted like homemade brownie, dissolving in my mouth and sending a warm feeling throughout my body. Between that and the magic salve Grover used, my shoulder felt better within a couple of minutes. Nico rummaged through his own bag, which the hunters had already packed for him, though how they'd snuck into Westover Hall unseen, I didn't know. Nico laid out a bunch of figurines in the snow, little battle replicas of Greek gods and heroes. I recognized Zeus with a lightning bolt, Ares with a spear, Apollo with his sun chariot. "Big collection," I said. Nico grinned. "I've got almost all of them, but they're holographic cards. Well, except for the few really rare ones." "You've been playing this game for a long time?" "Just for a year. Before that..." He knit his eyebrow. "What?" I asked. "I forget. That's weird." He looked unsettled, but it didn't last long. Hey, can I see that sword you were using?" I showed him Riptide, and explained how it turned from a pen into a sword just by uncapping it. "Cool! Does it ever run out of ink?" Well, I don't actually write with it." "Are you really the son of Poseidon?" "Well, yeah." "Can you surf really well, then?" I looked at Grover, who was trying hard not to laugh. "Geez, Nico," I said, "I've never really tried." He went on asking questions. Did I fight a lot with Thalia, since she was the daughter of Zeus? I didn't answer that one. If Annabeth's mother was Athena, the goddess of wisdom, then why didn't Annabeth know better than to fall off a cliff? I tried not to strangle Nico for asking that one. Was Annabeth my girlfriend? At this point, I was ready to stick the kid in a meat-flavored sack and throw him to the wolves. I figured any second he was going to ask me how many hit points I had, and I'd lose my cool completely. But then, Zoe Nightshade came up to us. "Percy Jackson." She had dark brown eyes and a slightly upturned nose. With her silver circlet and her proud expression, she looked so much like royalty that I had to resist the urge to sit up straight and say, "Yes, ma'am." She studied me distastefully, like I was a bag of dirty laundry she'd been sent to fetch. "Come with me," she said. "Lady Artemis wishes to speak with thee." Zoe led me to the last tent, which looked no different from the others, and waved me inside. Bianca D'Angelo was seated next to the auburn-haired girl, who I still had trouble thinking of as Artemis. The inside of the tent was warm and comfortable. Silk rugs and pillows covered the floor. In the center, a golden brazier of fire seemed to burn without fuel or smoke. Behind the goddess, on a polished oak display stand, was her huge silver bow, carved to resemble gazelle horns. The walls were hung with animal pelts, black bear, tiger, several others I didn't recognize. I figured an animal rights activist would have had a heart attack looking at all of those rare skins. But maybe since Artemis was the goddess of the hunt, she could replenish whatever she shot. I thought she had another animal pelt lying next to her, and then I realized it was a live animal. A deer, with glittering fur and silver horns, its head resting contently in Artemis's lap. "Join us, Percy Jackson," the goddess said. I sat across from her on the tent floor. The goddess studied me, which made me uncomfortable. She had such old eyes for a young girl. "Are you surprised by my age?" she asked. A little. I could appear as a grown woman, or a blazing fire, or anything else I want, but this is what I prefer. This is the average age of my hunters, and all young maidens for whom I am patron, before they go astray." "Go astray?" I asked. "Grow up, become smitten with boys, become silly, preoccupied, insecure, forgetting themselves." "Oh." Zoe sat down at Artemis's right. She glared at me, as if all the stuff Artemis had said was my fault. Like I'd invented the idea of being a guy. "You must forgive my hunters if they do not welcome you," Artemis said. "It is very rare that we would have boys in this camp. Boys are usually forbidden to have any contact with the hunters. The last one to see this camp, she looked at Zoe. "Which one was it?" "That boy in Colorado," Zoe said. "You turned him into a jackalope." "Ah, yes." Artemis nodded, satisfied. "I enjoy making jackalopes. At any rate, Percy, I've asked you here so that you might tell me more of the manticore. Bianca has reported some of the disturbing things the monster said, but she may not have understood them. I'd like to hear them from you." And so I told her. When I was done, Artemis put her hand thoughtfully on her silver bow. "I feared this was the answer." Zoe sat forward. "The scent, my lady?" "Yes." "What scent?" I asked. "Things are stirring that I have not hunted in a millennia," Artemis murmured. "Prey so old, I have nearly forgotten." She stared at me intently. "Came here tonight sensing the manticore, but he was not the one I seek. Tell me again exactly what Dr. Thorne said." I hate middle school dances."
No, after that."
He said somebody called the general was going to explain things to me. Zoe's face paled. She turned to Artemis and started to say something, but Artemis raised her hand.
"Go on, Percy,"
the goddess said. "Well, then Thorne was talking about the great stirpot."
"Stirring,"
Bianca corrected. "Hey, thanks, Code." I appreciate you, dude. Yeah, and he said, soon we shall have the most important monsters of all, the one that shall bring the downfall of Olympus. The goddess was so still, she could have been a statue. Maybe he was lying, I said. Artemis shook her head. No, he was not. I've been too slow to see the signs. I must hunt this monster. Zoe looked like she was trying very hard not to be afraid, but she nodded. We will leave right away, my lady. No, Zoe. I must do this alone. But Artemis, this task is too dangerous even for the hunters. You know where I must start my search. You cannot go there with me. As you wish, my lady. I will find this creature, Artemis vowed, and I shall bring it back to Olympus by winter solstice. It will be all the proof I need to convince the council of the gods of how much danger we are in. You know what the monster is? I asked. Artemis gripped her bow. Let us pray I am wrong. Can goddesses pray? I asked, because I'd never really thought about that. A flicker of a smile played across Artemis's lips. Before I go, Percy Jackson, I have a small task for you. Does it involve getting turned into a jackalope? Sadly, no. I want you to escort the hunters back to Camp Half-Blood. They can stay there in safety until I return. What? Zoe blurted out. But Artemis, we hate that place. The last time we stayed there... Yes, I know, Artemis said, but I'm sure Dionysus will not hold a grudge just because of a little, misunderstanding. It's your right to use carbonate whenever you are in need. Besides, I hear they rebuilt the cabins you burned down. Zoe muttered something about foolish campers. And now there's one last decision to make. Artemis turned to Bianca. Have you made up your mind, my girl? Bianca hesitated. I'm still thinking about it. Wait, I said. Thinking about what? They invited me to join the hunt. What? But you can't. You have to come to Camp Half-Blood so Chiron can train you. It's the only way you can learn to survive. It is not the only way for a girl, Zoe said. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Bianca, camp is cool. It's got a Pegasus stable and a sword-fighting arena. And, I mean, what do you get by joining the hunters? To begin with, Zoe said, immortality. I stared at her, then at Artemis. She's kidding, right? Zoe rarely kids about anything, Artemis said. My hunters follow me on my adventures. They are my maidservants, my companions, my sisters in arms. Once they swear loyalty to me, they are indeed immortal. Unless they fall in battle, which is unlikely, or break their oath. What oath? To forswear romantic love forever, Artemis said. To never grow up, never get married, to be a maiden eternally. Like you. Goddess nodded. I tried to imagine what she was saying. Being immortal. Hanging out with only middle school girls forever. I couldn't get my mind around it. So you just go around the country recruiting half-bloods. Not just half-bloods, Zoe interrupted. Or not just half-bloods, Zoe interrupted. Lady Artemis does not discriminate by birth. All who honor the goddess may join. Half-bloods, nymphs, mortals. Which are you then? Anger flashed in Zoe's eyes. That is not thy concern. The point is, Bianca may join if she wishes. It is her choice. Bianca, this is crazy, I said. What about your brother? Nico can't be a hunter. Certainly not, Artemis agreed. He will go to camp. Unfortunately, that's the best boys can do. Hey, I protested. You can see him from time to time, Artemis assured Bianca, but you will be free of responsibility. You will have the camp counselors to take care of him, and you will have a new family. Us. A new family. Or a new family. Bianca repeated dreamily. Free of responsibility. Bianca, you can't do this, I said. It's nuts. She looked at Zoe. Is it worth it? Zoe nodded. It is. What do I have to do? Say this, Zoe told her. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I pledge myself to the goddess Artemis. I turn my back on the company of men, accept eternal maidenhood, and join the hunt. Bianca repeated the lines. That's it? Zoe nodded. If Lady Artemis accepts thy pledge, then it is binding. I accept it, Artemis said. The flames in the brazier brightened, casting a silver glow over the room. Bianca looked no different, but she took a deep breath and opened her eyes wide. I feel stronger. Welcome, sister, Zoe said. Remember your pledge, Artemis said. It is now your life. I couldn't speak. I felt like a trespasser. And a complete failure. I couldn't believe I'd come all this way and suffered so much, only to lose Bianca to some eternal girls' club. Do not despair, Percy Jackson, Artemis said. You will still get to show the D'Angelos your camp, and if Nico so chooses, he can stay there. Great, I said, trying not to sound surly. How are we supposed to get there? Artemis closed her eyes. Dawn is approaching. Zoe, break camp. You must get to Long Island quickly and safely. I shall summon a ride from my brother. Zoe didn't look real happy about this idea. But she nodded and told Bianca to follow her. As she was leaving, Bianca paused in front of me. I'm sorry, Percy. But I want this. I really, really do. Then she was gone, and I was left alone with the 12-year-old goddess. So, I said glumly, we're going to get a ride from your brother, huh? Artemis's silver eyes gleamed. Yes, boy. You see, Bianca D'Angelo is not the only one with an annoying brother. It's time for you to meet my irresponsible twin, Apollo. And thus ends Chapter 3. Oh dang, let me catch up with chat. Thank you, silly. That was a great compliment. My voice is enough to keep you in the stream. Thank you, Impulse. I do try hard. Feeling so heckin' wholesome. I appreciate how you take your time with the reading. The pace is fantastic. Thank you. What a bruh moment. Dude, right? What a
Bruh.
moment. I don't know if my soundboard worked or not. To be fair, I can't hear it in my headphones. Hey, where do we know you from? Are you a Doug viewer? Doug. Dougie Doug. Do I know Doug? I believe I know I met Mobbin through Crafted Robot. Mr. Crafty. Yeah. Yeah, dude, Crafted. Honestly, it's been really cool. He tends to be like streaming around the time that I wake up and finish letting the chickens out. So it's been neat. I've been catching his streams recently. He is a cool boy. Do the 21 joke. Do the 21 joke. What's 9 plus 10? 21. You stupid. I know Mitch through holy matrimony. This is true, dude. Shoutouts to my hubby. Yo. Am I known as the chicken guy on Crafted streams? Let's go. That's beautiful. Peak comedy. Cause 9 plus 10, this is not 21. Who could think such a thing? What? Dude, take my chickens, I'm sick of them. Rem, do you have chickens? Let's go, chicken bros. Frantic monkey class. Keaton, I did not expect those. Thank you for them. Chickens are bog. You do have chickens. Have you had them for like long enough to where it's getting annoying? Did someone say monkey? Monkey. Dude, monkeys are so good. Sorry, I just need to bring that up. I've had chickens for probably 10 years. Dang, man. Yeah, I've only been taking care of them for about 2 days now. So I don't know too terribly much about them. They seem alright. I once saw a chicken in Puerto Rico. Chicken. I saw a chicken. And it was cute. Very cute. It was a rooster? Dude, roosters are gorgeous. Is that just me? At least the rooster that's in my little flock over here is so beautiful. He's stark black. Stark black feathers. The plume that like comes from like the top of his head and just plumes outwards. It looks like a mane for a rooster. And he's got tints of blue. Just tints of blue to his feathers. He's gorgeous. And he's kind of like a bigger boy too. And he walks around just so like, I don't know, so pompous. He's freaking cool. Do I actually take care of chickens, or is this a bit? I am genuinely taking care of chickens this week. My roomies are out of town, and the guy who I room with owns chickens. So while he is away, I have been put in charge of putting them up at night, letting them out in the morning and feeding them, making sure their water's good, all that. If Cookie doesn't go live, do you think we could raid Rockman X again tonight? He tries so hard. I think he deserves more attention. Yeah, I'd be alright with that. Yeah, I definitely will need to check on who is live. But yeah, like Rock has been really good with like support over here lately too. I'd love to give him a raid. And we got so many freaking lovely wildflowers in here. We could actually. I noted recently that I've never done a stream like or a raid like quote. Is that what we call it? A raid phrase. Raid phrase. For instance, Luke Coobs is I shite my pants. Can I be a marigold? Oh my god. I did think it was weird that on like Sci-Fi Sunday you purportedly had a random chicken coop bit. You know, I would have to be a real creative chap though. Come up with that goof. I tried to fit it into the space theme. I was like, oh shoot, I gotta go let out my space chickens into their coop. Or put my space chickens into their space coop. He's super dedicated to chicken bit. I've been fooling you all. Even going so far as to mention it on other people's streams. It goes so deep. I mean, you can tell me what you want, but I'm always going to say I shite my pants when I raid. Good. Bleh. Bleh. I was like, let's see where this goes. Almost as dedicated? Oh, as I am to the defecation bit. Heck yeah, I love your guys' beans. And I apologize. I forgot who gifted me the sub on Mobbin's stream, but that was incredible. I don't know. Like it's not every like community and stream that I just come into like out of the blue, start chatting with you guys, and like in the next like freaking 10 minutes or so, like I get a gift sub. I mean, it was wacky, wild, and wholesome, and I just wanted to say thank you to the community and whoever specifically gave me the gift sub. I see. I'll have to try my best to renew it. Come a month. It was either me or Quickspars, probably. Yeah, I think it was you, Remdog. I feel like it was you. I apologize. Normally my memory is better, but made you need to become affiliated so I can be your first sub. I don't know. Cramples says I don't know. Cramples supposedly wants to beat you to the punch, but I will be happy for either of you to be first. Yeah, all I'm waiting on is the 50 followers deal, which we have made great strides towards today. As you can see, am I pointing in the right thing? Yeah, right over there. We are 72% of the way there. International dibs law. Oh gosh. Oh no. Oh no. Do not turn to violence, my child. You must not repeat the cycle of violence that has come from your forefathers. From the Twitch legends of old. Have I ever played Diablo? Can you do a Deckard Cain? I've not played Diablo. I apologize. But I certainly could look it up. Cripples, you're easy to take out. I know where you live. I have a news anchor voice. I would need something to read for that though. But I'm sure I could muster one. I've done it in the past. For instance, if you've read the Percy Jackson series, you know that he gets put on the news a lot. Especially in that first book, where it's believed that he like killed his mom and like ran away from the house and like did all this other crazy whack stuff. Mitch say, the weather today is gonna be a low of 55 and a high of 73 with a mild chance of rain. That's more of a weatherman. The weather today is going to be a low of 56 and a high of 73 with a mild chance of rain. You just gotta be like super like enunciated and junk. And kind of, I don't know, like truly act as though like you're reading it for the first time, because as it comes like through, they just kind of stumble through it. That's why I feel like newscasters reading tends to come out so unnaturally most of the time, or it feels unnatural to me. It's unbearable. That's good. For me, at least. Shoot, dude. You don't like my news anchor voice? Understandable. Yeah, that was more... The first one I did was much more like an old radio host. The weather today is going to be a high of 55. You bet your bottom dollar. Oh, goodness. It's starting to turn Australian. What's going on? I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. I once coached a Special Olympics guy who his favorite thing to say was "I am Groot." Occasionally we'd go like full classes where that's the only thing he'd say. It was a good time. Not gonna lie. It's the Stanley Parable announcer. Mayo, not a mayo. Wow, that's good. Bleh. 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 I don't know, if I keep doing blaz, I'm gonna switch into a Dracula voice. You talk about a bowl of spaghetti. I mean, I definitely could. Let's see. There was once a bowl of spaghetti. It made me want to forgetty. Because this spaghetti had spiders as meatballs. And for all I knew, those spiders could have been real or fake. But I dared not test, lest I be bested by spiders. But regardless, the spaghetti made me want to forgetty. I understand that, dude. Spaghetti is delicious. It's got, I don't know, it's such like a simple food, yet can be turned so extravagant. Right? With just the smallest of touches. I love Worcestershire in my spaghetti. Slather some Worcestershire on it after it's all cooked up and ready to go. Some nice like tomato sauce with like slight chunks of tomato. Mixed in with some ground beef and some smooth noodles. Good stuff. Buffalo chicken. Some good stuff. Buffalo chicken pizza is ridiculous. Seafood too. Salmon is a favorite of mine. I love salmon. I had fish tacos this past Sunday. They were quite good. Almost. What could have been? What could have been? If only. Worcestershire? Worcestershire? Worcestershire. 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 Yeah, dude. Worcestershire. Why is it called that even? Isn't there like a place called Worcestershire? Is it because it originated there? Who knows? Aha! I was right. I'm a genius. Or so long as Lucas is also correct. But he's a smart boy. Spaghetti was my favorite for years. But I realized I don't love it as much as buffalo chicken sandwiches from Buffalo Wild Wings. Sponsor me, please. Is a place where it originates. Chicken wings are some of my favorite things. They're so good, dude. Both my smarts and my shites. I think I prefer gnocchi to spaghetti. You get some bomb gnocchi. Nochi? I'm calling it gnocchi? What? Probably not spelling that right. Or saying that right. It's okay. Y'all ever heard of pizza? Guys, you ever this thing called pizza? It's like they put cheese on bread, right? But before they put the cheese on there, get this. Tomato sauce. What's up with that? Mango habanero, the best sauce. Eating why? I won't even say. I think you know what I mean. Sometimes they put tomato sauce on top. On top. On top? It's called Chicago deep dish. What's my opinion on pineapple on pizza? I dig it. Some good stuff. Well, to be fair though, pizza is weird for me because I am not allowed to eat dairy. My body hurts me whenever I have dairy. So I must get like vegan cheese. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Just can't have cheese or dairy or milk, milkshakes, ice cream, nothing. No, but honestly, guys, it's fine. I've been living with it since I was 15. And there are some surprisingly delicious substitutes. I haven't had pineapple on pizza in a while. It's not bad. I agree, dude. I mean, when I ate pizza, when I ate pizza often, I often liked Hawaiian, like with the ham and the pineapple. So I was surprised by like heated up pineapple, how good that tastes. Yet I was super against heated up apples for a long time. Like I wouldn't do apple pie whatsoever. But then I started to embrace warm fruit. Or hot fruit. Hot fruit. Pineapple upside down cake. I've never had one of those. Why the hell did I just say cold? Replace the cheese with pineapple. Now we're talking. Apple pie is good as heck, dude. I agree with that nowadays. Absolutely. Mm, apple pie. And such like a classic too. Like whenever I think of pie, let me ask that question. When you think of pie, what do you think of? With the left beef, nothing else. I like the idea that they just like, I don't know, have like a pineapple slice, but it's just sliced through the middle, so it's a little circle, and on one half, you just plop some beef on there, send it in the huge pizza box. I gotta go to bed, fellas. Stream was nice. Right on, Toko. Thanks for hanging about. And I love you bunches. Sleep tight, and I'll see you next time. So the thing for me with pies is that a really good apple pie beats a really good pumpkin pie, but a bad pumpkin pie beats a bad apple pie. Blueberry pie? When I thought of pie, I thought of the symbol. 3.14. Right on. I'll do my best to stay classy. Yo, Cramples, you two need to like talk out this aggression. we need to have like a session. You and I. Figure this stuff out. Sit you down. And talk it out till we're all friends and happy again. I know. Let them fight it out while I sneak in with the first sub. Ooh, you would dare take it away from them. Be careful lest you join the fight. Oh, y'all like pie a la mode? I don't even know what an a la mode is. Frankly. Oh, frick, with ice cream. What the heck? How did I go so long without knowing that that's what that meant? I get it, Gramples. I get it. He's my son, and I just want the best for him, but sometimes that means tough love. I once had a mint Oreo pie. Yum. Yum, yum, yum. Is that really all a la mode means? Isn't that French? Sick, Marvin. I'm glad you're here too, dude. You're a rad fella. Don't you forget it. I don't know what it translates to, but it is topped with ice cream. Yeah, dude, it's so simple. A la mode, ice cream. Speaking of that, good. Sweet potato pie is the best. Don't at me. Huh. Don't know if I've had that, but I would probably like it. I used to despise sweet potatoes. Even that like good kind of sweet potato that you get on Thanksgiving with the marshmallows on top. Ooh, like roasted to golden brown on the top. I even hated that. I wasn't about it. But nowadays I appreciate a good sweet potato. Worst take. I don't know if I've had sweet potato pie before though. Burnt marshmallows. Solid. I hear it's good carbon intake, I think. Yes. Snap, guys. I like that. We won't throw out insults without without the next second saying, "Hey man, I was just joking. It's cool." Bruh, just ask if they like ice cream on pie. You've had pumpkin pie? You've probably had sweet potato pie. Oh yes, the most important nutrient. Carbon. Of course, dude. I've intentionally lit my marshmallows on fire. Definitely, dude. I feel like we all have. Especially, like, even if you're not into burnt marshmallows, There's been a time where you've been at the campfire and you just need to get that marshmallow in you fast, right? So you burn it. Just the way it be. If it's store-bought sweet potatoes are poten used as a cheaper substitute, often used. Sounds like a euphemism. Yee. I let it get straight black, and then the insides are all melted and delicious. Mmm. Heck yeah. I once roasted a marshmallow on a on a Bunsen burner. Let's go, Senor. Or Senor. Heck yeah. Gotta do what you gotta do, man. I just burned them because I liked seeing the fire. Now we're talking, dude. Fellas, I can't remember the last marshmallow I roasted. Same, Keaton, to be fair. Same. If y'all want a golden marshmallow, spin that stick fast. Just the tip. The last marshmallow I roasted was about a year or two ago. Dang, good memory, silly. Good memory. Go pop a marshmallow in the microwave. Lol. Would that work? Would it light on fire in the microwave? Or commit arson. Got your fire right there. Commit arson. Bring marshmallow. I'm just kidding. Please do not arson. Don't be arsoning it up. It just gets humongous. That's cool. I like that it expands. Like one of those, what were those toys? You guys remember those where you'd put them in the oven, I think? And they expand? They get all big. Or you put them in the oven, and when you take them out, you throw them in water, and then they expand? What are these things called? Do you remember those? Like lewd expansion YouTube poop of My Little Ponies. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, should I put this marshmallow in the microwave? Or burn my house down? Ooh. The only two persisting questions. True enough, dude. True enough. Yeah, you know. They shrink when you bake them, then you put them in water and they like reform or something. Were they called shrinky dinks? Were they called shrinky dinks? Dude, yes. Dang, let's go. Can't say you never learned anything from Mary Mitch. Hoorah, we did it, guys. Shrinky dinks. I haven't thought about shrinky dinks in most likely a decade. That's some good stuff. Weird how those memories just pop up out of nowhere every once in a while. Bum 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 bum. Alright, sweetness. What do you guys think? Chat for just a little bit longer and then go ahead and try to do a raid of some kind, or read one more chapter. The next chapter doesn't look too terribly long, but I will need a bathroom break before we do. One more chapter. Alright, dudes. Are you guys cool with me hitting the restroom? I'll make it a short one. And if you like, you can listen to the Merry Mitch intro theme while I'm away. Or would you like to hear heavy? Run an ad break? I can't do that. I don't think you can do that until affiliate. Yeah. Yeah, dude. I would, but sadly no. I'll just do a screen display, put on a trailer for a video game. Aw. Heck yeah. I'll pull up heavy. And after that one, if it seeps into the next song, the next one is called Oreos and Sushi after it. That's a fun one. I like that one. Okay guys. Well, my wildflowers. I'm gonna go hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. We'll be back for chapter 4 of the Titan's Curse. Alright. As always, I urge everybody to stand up during this break. Get up out of your chair. It's important after we've been sitting for hours and hours upon end at our desks, looking at our computers, to stand up, do some stretching, you know? It's some good stuff. Your body will thank you. Take this time to go get snacks, refresh your waters, or anything else you might need. We'll be back very, very soon. It's about 5 after the hour where I'm at, so I will be back no later than 10 after the hour. Alright, good stuff. I'll be right back, guys. Enjoy the song.
Persisting heaviness feels like pouring rain. Why must you persist? Oh, heaviness feels like pouring rain. Holding up this weight, this weight might break. This weight might break me. I stopped answering calls. Had to get more involved with finding myself. I'm two hands away from flowers at my funeral. Here lies the main. I'm two hands away from eulogies, but I don't wanna die today. You would say he's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. Never trusted him unless it was his father. Hope it's true what they said about karma. Cause I'm a degenerate and my meds don't work. I'm always skipping school cause Jack is on my shirt. I act up cause my liver only keeps getting so worse. And I act up cause all my friends keep taking rides in a hearse. So fuck church, I'm hurt, that burnt, need more paranoid. Don't lose faith in me, boy, I'm annoyed. I avoid and I'm sorry that I toyed with your heart. We apart, now I'm hurt and that burnt. I need more, give me more or I'll die. I'm afraid I won't survive. And I tried, fuck I tried. Now I'm lying on the street. Need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me. Need a ride to get high. I can't stand being me. Fuck. persisting. Feels like pouring rain. Why must you persist? Oh, heaviness feels like pouring rain. Holding oh, this weight might break. This weight might break. Look, I create to distract myself from the fact that when I look at myself, I avoid eye contact. I feel like I overact, worried to death of the traits that I lack. Get rid of these flashbacks. I didn't ask to go back. Stand back and look back at all of my setbacks. So many times I have turned back to kick that, grabbed onto my drawbacks and come back to cut back. But how can a stats act like me come back when I keep all of my drawbacks in my backpack? Like a bunch of fucking useless knick-knacks. I'm sure I'll bounce back. But for now, guess I'll just hang back. I feel this ice. Eyes have been saying calls. Heads are beating up involved with finding myself so high the way. Holding on this weight. This weight might break. This weight might break me. But I don't wanna die today. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma. He's too young to be a martyr. Never got the chance to live free of the trauma.
Wah, 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 wah. Wow, wow, wow. Bow, bow. Bow. Welcome back, guys. Hope everybody had a dandy break. I definitely did. I made some water in the bathroom. What a miracle, right? We create water, guys. I stretched out, I shook out my fears, my troubles and tribulations, and now I'm back. Godot bless, dude. Godot bless. You're thirsty. Oh, good thing I got water to share. Man, I made that song 9 months ago. Been quite the road since then. I remember that was a pretty impactful thong. Pretty impactful thong. It was a pretty impactful song for me back then because I learned a lot when. Hey, good on ya, Impulse. Was good indeed. Yeah, I learned a lot during the creation of that song that you just heard. It was when I actually decided to like watch through one of those YouTube tutorials, like the big ones on how like the big series of ones, on like how audio engineering actually works and like what it means to actually mix a track and use compressors and EQs and all that hullabaloo. Can't stretch, my body is too sore. That's when you need it most, silly. You silly Sammy. You did push-ups and crunches. Oh, well, hey, it's good too. Anything to get your body moving. Some good stuff. Ah. Oh, thank you, dude. I'm glad you liked it, Impulse. I create these songs. And I've been working on a lot of them for like the channel here. I think my sci-fi one is the best to date. It's really cool. I really dig how it came out. Music is your deal. Yo, man, send me if you find the Discord, I saw it. Thanks you guys for checking out and moseying into the meadow. If you direct message me like your link to your music, I would love to listen, dude. Yeah, man. There will come soft rains. Oh, there will come soft rains and the smell of ground, and swallows circling with their shimmering sound. It's a pretty nice one. It's got a pleasant little melody to it. You're slow learning music, but you are learning? Which was on SoundCloud, so I could listen obsessively. I know, dude. I keep saying that I'm gonna get on making that Mary Mitch SoundCloud. I can do it quite easily. I just need to do it. Create such strong images in your head, dude. That's good. Drives me to create. That, dude, I mean, that's one of the biggest compliments you can give a creator, you know? If something, yeah, if something I create inspires others to create, that's an immensely beautiful thing. And what gets me most about that too, specifically the There Will Come Soft Rain song driving you to create, is because of the train of creation that led to my song. It was inspired by, I've said this before, but I want to say it again. It was inspired by the Sarah Teasdale poem that was written in the 50s, I believe. And then about 20 or 30 years later, Ray Bradbury, the famous science fiction writer, took that poem and was inspired to put it into a short story and reimagine it. And from that short story, when I found it, I decided to create a song based on it. A inspiration spanning generations. It's incredible. Making gentle music. Heck yeah, dude. I love making gentle music too. My outro theme, if you stay till the very end, is a real chill one. I love busting out little beats on my keyboard. Heck yeah, dude. It can be a fun time. Especially when you get into the groove, the swing of things, like, and start really feeling the music. It's so good, dude. Get into the zone, so to speak. Again, dude, if anyone ever sends music my way, I would love to listen. I play the ocarina somewhat. My first instrument. That's sick, dude. You play the Legend of Zelda jingles? You probably get that every time you mention that, but I gotta know. Can't wait to share that vision one day. Continue the conversation. Yeah, dude. Good stuff. Good stuff. Sweet, dude. Alright, guys. Shall we? Here, I'll tell you what. At least give us some semblance of ambience. I'll bring in. Here we are. Some soft rains. While we're thinking about it. Is that volume alright for you guys? No worries, silly. Right on. Alright, got our cozy vibes on. Thunderstorm ambience in the background. Let's do this. Again, this is Percy Jackson and the Titan's Curse by Rick Riordan. Can't hear the rain? Can you hear it now? It says that it's going on my end. You were able to hear the song. Ought to be able to hear the rain. Impulse is a salad platter and spaghetti bowler. I'm a salad bowler and a spaghetti plater. Heck yeah. Kramples can't hear the rain. I got a yes from, or a yeah from Silly. Can you guys hear the ambience? Okay, good. Right on, right on. What is my stance on being a salad plater or a spaghetti bowler? If that is the question, I would ask for further detail. Don't know enough about each side. Ah, I see. Okay. I am a bowl whenever possible guy. I'm a spaghetti bowler and a salad bowler. Bowler through and through. I'll do plates like if, I don't know, if it happens to be the thing in the moment. But I prefer bowls. Especially those half-breeds. Have you seen those like plates that just have like the little curve up? Slight curve? They're just so good, dude. They just keep everything contained. Yet still give you like some solid grounding for your food. Sadly, I don't have any of those, but back at home, at my folks' place, they have some of those. Salad plater, I cannot get behind. A man who appreciates the curves. Me too, dude. It's true. If I see one plate, I'm flipping my lid. Okay. Four. Thalia torches New England. Artemis assured us that dawn was coming, but you could have fooled me. It was colder and darker and snowier than ever. Up on the hill, Westover Hall's windows were completely lightless. I wondered if the teachers had ever noticed that D'Angelos and Dr. Thorne were missing. I didn't want to be around when they did. With my luck, the only name Mrs. Gottschalk would remember was Percy Jackson, and then I'd be the subject of a nationwide manhunt. Again. The hunters broke camp as quickly as they'd set it up. I stood shivering in the snow, unlike the hunters, who didn't seem to feel at all uncomfortable. And Artemis stared into the east like she was expecting something. Bianca sat off to one side, talking with Nico. I could tell from his gloomy face that she was explaining her decision to join the hunt. I couldn't help thinking how selfish it was of her, abandoning her brother like that. Thalia and Grover came up and huddled around me, anxious to hear what had happened in my audience with the goddess. When I told them, Grover turned pale. The last times the hunters visited camp, it didn't go well. How'd they even show up here? I wondered. I mean, they just appeared out of nowhere. And Bianca joined them. Thalia said, disgusted. It's all Zoe's fault. That stuck-up, no good. Who can blame her? Grover said. Eternity with Artemis. Ah. He heaved a big sigh. Thalia rolled her eyes. You satyrs, you're all in love with Artemis. Don't you get that she'll never love you back? But she's so into nature. Grover swooned. You're nuts, said Thalia. Nuts and berries, Grover said dreamily. Yeah. Finally, the sky began to lighten. Artemis muttered, About time. He's so lazy during the winter. You're, waiting for the sunrise? I asked. For my brother, yes. I didn't want to be rude. I mean, I knew the legends about Apollo, or sometimes Helios, driving a big sun chariot across the sky. But I also knew that the sun was really a star about a zillion miles away. I'd gotten used to some of the Greek myths being true, but still, I didn't see how Apollo could drive the sun. It's not exactly as you think, Artemis said, like she was reading my mind. Oh, okay. I started to relax. So it's not like he'll be pulling up in a... There was a sudden burst of light on the horizon. A blast of warmth. Don't look, Artemis advised. Not until he parks. Parks? I averted my eyes and saw the other kids were doing the same. The light and warmth intensified until my winter coat felt like it was melting off of me. Then suddenly, the light died. I looked, and I couldn't believe it. It was my car. Well, the car I wanted, anyway. A red convertible Maserati Spider. It was so awesome, it glowed. Then I realized it was glowing because the metal was hot. The snow had melted around the Maserati in a perfect circle, which explained why I was now standing on green grass, and my shoes were wet. The driver got out, smiling. He looked about 17 or 18, and for a second, I had the uneasy feeling it was Luke, my old enemy. The guy had the same sandy hair and outdoorsy good looks, but it wasn't Luke. His smile was brighter and more playful. Luke didn't do much more than scowl and sneer these days. The Maserati driver wore jeans and loafers and a sleeveless t-shirt. Wow, Thalia muttered. Apollo is hot. He's the sun god, I said. That's not what I meant. Little sister, Apollo called. If his teeth were any wider, he could have blinded us without the sun car. What's up? You never call, you never write. I was getting worried. Artemis sighed. I'm fine, Apollo. And I am not your little sister. Hey, I was born first. We're twins. How many millennia do we have to argue? So what's up? He interrupted. Got the girls with you, I see. Y'all need some tips on archery? Artemis grit her teeth. I need a favor. I have some hunting to do alone. I need you to take my companions to Camp Half-Blood. Sure, sis. Then he raised his hands in a stop-everything gesture. I feel a haiku coming along. The hunters all groaned. Apparently they'd met Apollo before. He cleared his throat and held up one hand dramatically. Green grass breaks through snow. Artemis pleads for my help. I am so cool. He grinned at us, waiting for applause. The last line was only 4 syllables, Artemis said. Apollo frowned. Was it? Yes. What about, I am so big-headed? No, that's 6 syllables. He started muttering to himself. Zoe Nightshade turned to us. Lord Apollo has been going through this haiku phase ever since he visited Japan. 'Tis not as bad as the time he visited Limerick. If I'd had to hear one more poem that started with, "There was once a goddess from Sparta." I've got it, Apollo announced. I am so awesome. That's 5 syllables. He bowed, looking very pleased with himself. And now, sis, transportation for the hunters, you say? Good timing. I was just about ready to roll. These demigods will also need a ride, Artemis said, pointing to us. Some of Chiron's campers. No problem. Apollo checked us out. Let's see. Thalia, right? I've heard all about you. Thalia blushed. Hi, Lord Apollo. Zeus's girl, yes? Makes you my half-sister. Used to be a tree, didn't you? Glad you're back. I hate it when pretty girls get turned into trees. Man, I remember one time. Brother, Artemis said, you should get going. No, right. Then he looked at me, and his eyes narrowed. Percy Jackson? Yeah, I mean, yes, sir. Seems weird calling a teenager sir, but I'd learned to be careful with immortals. They tended to get offended easily. Then they blew stuff up. Apollo studied me, but he didn't say anything, which I found a little creepy. Well, he said at last, we'd better load up, huh? Ride only goes one way, west. And if you miss it, you miss it. I looked at the Maserati, which would seat 2 people max. There were about 20 of us. Cool car, Nico said. Thanks, kid. But how will we all fit? Oh, Paula seemed to notice the problem for the first time. Well, yeah. I hate to change out of the sports car mode, but I suppose. He took out his car keys and beeped the security alarm button. Chirp, chirp. For a moment, the car glowed brightly again. When the glare died, the Maserati had been replaced by one of those turtle-top shuttle buses like we used for school basketball games. Right, he said. Everybody in. So we ordered the hunters to start loading. She picked up her camping pack, and Apollo said, Here, sweetheart. Let me get that. So he recoiled. Her eyes flashed murderously. Brother, Artemis chided, you do not help my hunters. You do not look at, talk to, or flirt with my hunters. You do not call them sweetheart. Apollo spread his hands. Sorry, I forgot. Hey sis, where are you off to anyway? Hunting, Artemis said. It's none of your business. I'll find out. I see all. I know. All. Artemis snorted. Just drop them off, Apollo. And no messing around. No. I never mess around. Artemis rolled her eyes. then looked at us. I will see you by winter solstice. Zoe, you are in charge of the hunters. Do well. Do as I would do. Zoe straightened. Yes, my lady. Artemis knelt and touched the ground, as if looking for tracks. When she rose, she looked troubled. So much danger. The beast must be found. She sprinted towards the wood and melted into snow and shadow. Apollo turned and grinned, jangling the car keys on his finger. So, he said, who wants to drive? The hunters piled into the van. They all crammed into the back so they'd be as far away as possible from Apollo and the rest of us highly infectious males. Bianca sat with them, leaving her little brother to hang in the front with us, which seemed cold to me. But Nico didn't seem to mind. This is so cool, Nico said, jumping up and down in the driver's seat. Is this really the sun? I thought Helios and Selene were the sun and moon gods. How come sometimes it's them and sometimes it's you, Artemis? Downsizing, Apollo said. The Romans started it. They couldn't afford all those temple sacrifices, so they laid off Helios and Selene and folded their duties into our job descriptions. My sis got the moon. I got the sun. It was pretty annoying at first, but at least I got this cool car. But how does it work? Nico asked. I thought the sun was a big fiery ball of gas. Apollo chuckled and ruffled Nico's hair. That rumor probably got started because Artemis used to call me a big fiery gas ball. Seriously, kid. It depends on whether you're talking astronomy or philosophy. You want to talk astronomy? You want to talk astronomy? Bah! What fun is that? You want to talk about how humans think about the sun? Ah, no, that's more interesting. They've got a lot riding on the sun, so to speak. It keeps them warm, grows their crops, powers engines, makes everything look, well, sunnier. This chariot is built out of human dreams. It's as old as Western civilization. Every day, it drives across the sky from east to west, lighting up all those puny little mortal lives. The chariot is a manifestation of the sun's power, the way mortals perceive it. Makes sense. Nico shook his head. No. Well then, just think of it as a really powerful, really dangerous solar car. Can I drive? No, too young. Oh! Rover raised his hand. No, Apollo said. Too furry. He looked past me and focused on Thalia. Daughter of Zeus, he said. Lord of the sky. Perfect. Oh no, Thalia shook her head. No thanks. Come on, Apollo said. How old are you? Thalia hesitated. I don't know. It was sad, but true. She'd been turned into a tree when she was 12, but that had been 7 years ago. So she should be 19, if you went by years, but she still felt like she was 12. And if you looked at her, she seemed somewhere in between. The best Chiron could figure. She had kept aging while in tree form, but much more slowly. Apollo tapped his finger to his lips. You're 15. Almost 16. How do you know that? Hey, I'm the god of prophecy. I know stuff. You'll turn 16 in About a week. That's my birthday. December 22nd. Which means you're old enough now to drive with a learner's permit. Thalia shifted her feet nervously. I know what you're going to say, Apollo said. You don't deserve an honor like driving the sun chariot. That's not what I was going to say. Don't sweat it. Maine to Long Island is really short. And don't worry about what happened to the last kid I trained. You're Zeus's daughter. He's not going to blast you out of the sky. Apollo laughed good-naturedly. The rest of us didn't join him. Thalia tried to protest, but Apollo was absolutely not going to take no for an answer. He hit a button on the dashboard, and a sign popped up along the top of the windshield. I had to read it backward, which, for a dyslexic, really isn't that different from reading forward. I was pretty sure it said, "Warning, student driver." Take it away, Apollo told Thalia. You're gonna be a natural. I'll admit, I was jealous. I couldn't wait to start driving. A couple of times that fall, my mom had taken me out to Montauk, where the beach road was empty, and she'd let me try out her Mazda. I mean, yeah, that was a Japanese compact, and this was the Sun Chariot. But how different could it be? Speed equals heat, Apollo advised. So start slowly, and make sure you've got good altitude before really opening her up. Thalia gripped the wheel so tight her knuckles turned white. She looked like she was going to be sick. What's wrong? I asked her. Nothing, she said shakily. Nothing is wrong. She pulled back on the wheel. It tilted, and the bus lurched upward so fast, I fell back and crashed against something soft. Ow, Grover said. Sorry. Slower! Sorry, Thalia said. I've got it under control. I managed to get to my feet. Looking out the window, I saw a smoking ring of trees from the clearing we'd taken off from. Thalia, I said, lighten up on the accelerator. I've got it, Percy, she said, gritting her teeth, but she kept it floored. Loosen up. I'm loose, Thalia said. She was so stiff, she looked like she was made out of plywood. We need to veer south for Long Island, Apollo said. Hang a left. Thalia jerked the wheel again, and again, threw me into Grover, who yelped. The other left, Apollo suggested. I made the mistake of looking out the window again. We were at airplane height now. So high, the sky was starting to look black. Ah, Apollo said, and I got the feeling he was forcing himself to sound calm. A little slower, sweetheart. Cape Cod is freezing over. Thalia tilted the wheel. Her face was chalk white, her forehead beaded with sweat. Something was definitely wrong. I'd never seen her like this. The bus pitched down, and somebody screamed. Maybe it was me. Now we were heading straight toward the Atlantic Ocean at 1,000 miles an hour. The New England coastline off to our right, and it was getting hot in the bus. Apollo had been thrown somewhere in the back of the bus, but he started climbing up the rows of seats. Take the wheel, Grover begged him. No worries, Apollo said. He looked plenty worried. She just has to learn to... Whoa! I saw what he was saying. Whoa! I saw what he was saying. Down below us was a little snow-covered New England town. At least, it used to be snow-covered. As I watched, the snow melted off the trees and the roofs and the lawns. The white steeple on a church turned brown and started to smolder. Little plumes of smoke like birthday candles were popping up all over town. Trees and rooftops were catching fire. "Pull up!" I yelled. There was a wild light in Thalia's eyes. She yanked back on the wheel, and I held on this time. As we zoomed up, I could see through the back window as the fires in the town were being snuffed out by a sudden blast of cold. "There!" Apollo pointed. "Long Island. Dead ahead. Let's slow down, dear. Dead is only an expression." Thalia was thundering toward the coastline of northern Long Island. There was Camp Half-Blood, the valley, the woods, the beach. I could see the dining pavilion and cabins and the amphitheater. "I'm under control," Thalia muttered. "I'm under control." They were only a few hundred yards away now. "Brake," Apollo said. "I can do this. Brake!" Thalia slammed her foot on the brake, and the sunbus pitched forward at a 45-degree angle, slamming into the Camp Half-Blood canoe lake with a huge floosh. Steam billowed up, sending several frightened naiads scrambling out of the water with half-woven wicker baskets. The bus bobbed to the surface, along with a couple of capsized, half-melted canoes. "Well," said Apollo with a brave smile. "You were right, my dear. You had everything under control. Let's go see if we boiled anyone important, shall we?" Right on. I apologize if anyone was trying to go to sleep during this. I forgot that Apollo was in that next chapter, and he seemed like the gregarious type. Ah! You're welcome, Marvin. Sadly, not all the chapters will be entirely soothing. I don't know. I feel like I could maybe stand to do, like, super chill streams, like once it hits midnight or something. I don't know. Let me catch up with chat. Hashtag spaghetti plater. Grover, please calm down. You don't always wear pants. Grover kind of thick, not gonna lie. Dang! Grover got that dump truck. Oops. Accidentally let my phone die. No worries, dude. One hunter in the back just like, whoa! Yeah! Alright, I'm caught up. You weren't, but I'm still chilling. Heck yeah. Who needs soothing, dude? When you got Apollo. When you got Apollo. Heck yeah. We out here with big fat Amish doinks just vibing. Yo, we out here with big fat doinks. Apollo did have the Chad. Slow down. You might want to slow down here. Hey, Yzma. Yeah, yeah, we're all cool. No worries. Yeah. The poison for Cusco. Cusco's poison. The Cusco to poison to murder. Cusco's poison. Talking about that one? Cusco's poison. Poison for Cusco. It's all coming together. Joe Swanson. Hey. Yo, Cramples, do you remember when we were at that NSP concert? And you brought up like, and out of the blue, you just as loud as you could just went, "Hey!" And Nick scrambled to just stop you desperately. It was so good. Yeah, dude, it was so good. I'm not even sure, was that before I went to college? It might have been before I even met you, dude. I'm not even sure. Not entirely sure. It was so good, dude. And Starbomb was there too. Or no, not Starbomb. Yeah, no, Starbomb was there. With Tupperware Remix Party as well, featuring. Such a good performance, dude. And it was kind of surreal to see Danny and Aaron in person, not gonna lie. And I got to go there with freaking Colio and Caro. It's so fun. Yeah, dude, I could stand to catch another one of their concerts before they stop touring. That would be rad. Radder than rad. Radical to the max. To the max.
To the max.
I'm sorry, Mobbin. It's true, I haven't pulled out any voice filters this whole time. I honestly also wish I got to see the Scribble Show. Oh, yeah, the Scribble Show Aaron did? Yeah, didn't they do like episodes online for that too? It's kind of like the show Oni Plays does now, called Slightly Artistic. That's artistic. Too true, man. Too true. My bad. Dude, it really sucks. I feel like I hit at least like my most mental awakeness towards the end of a stream. So I get off the stream and I'm like, alright, time to go to bed. But my mind's going like a mile a minute. So if I seem a little energized right now, that is why. Cripples, no! I mean, I knew you were a warlock, but like, I never thought you'd curse me. I'm even drinking sleepy time tea. It's only doing so much. I might make another glass after the stream is over. If I drink it while it's warm, that might help out. It was meant to do the opposite? Oh. Did you put in a newt instead of an eye of a bat? With the cauldron, you know, if the wrong ingredient goes in, even if the chant is the same, it can screw the whole thing up. Yeah, dude, I'm sorry, man. More sorry for me. Bleh. Bleh. Nice. Well, guys, since we're moseying towards the yeah, since we're moseying towards nearing the end of the stream, I'd love to ask, what was your favorite part of the stream? Did you have a favorite line or moment in the story? The Was there something that someone said that just really made your night? Or was there a particular chapter that stood out to you? Mobbin, please. Please. I'm so glad you enjoyed it all, though, man. Yo, heck yeah. I'll give you one more. Bleh. Bleh. Alright, no more. No more of that. Heck yeah. Best stream. Best stream. Yo, Cramples, I gotta wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, dude, that one time when, like, I wasn't watching the Percy Jackson the Lightning Thief movie, that was a really nice one. It was really good. I don't know, it just really stuck out to me. I'll warn you guys, my bad. The 21-bit really got me. I'm so glad. If I can please you all with the memes of old, the memes of yonder past, then I shall. I will enjoy to do as such. And also, guys, thank you so much. We, normally these streams go for about 2.5 hours to 3 hours. But we pushed it to 4 hours. Thanks to, thanks to us, like, having a blast. Enjoying being together. That's a cool thing. Bruh. 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 You break up the 2 syllables, it becomes something new. Now that's a bro moment. Bruh. Right on, guys. Dang. This has been super duper cool. Mobbin, are you streaming tomorrow? Bria. Bria. Brew. Bree. Bruh. You're not? Wednesday. Alright. Sick, dude. I'm gonna try to be there. Especially since on Wednesday I could even, like, push my own stream back a little ways. Catch yours. Don't worry, dude. No obligation here. I do it because, or I'm, I simply have the desire to. And I make no promises in return, know that. But I hope to be there. Briog. 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 Super glad Mom shared the stream with us. I am too, man. I'm blessed and grateful. I do desire the beans, dude. I got some baked beans in my fridge. They're just not enough, you know? I even got green beans. They're just not enough. Very excited about checking out more of your content. Heck yeah, I'm planning, I finally got Premiere Pro too, so I'll be editing together some best ofs, and things like that, kind of the best stories from the various themed nights, the best of Simp Saturday, best of Sci-Fi Sunday, edit them into, more bite-sized chunks. Do me a favor, on Wednesday, go live when I get off, so I can raid you. Heck yeah, dude. I'd be more than down with that. Push away, my friends. Push away. I'll be here. Doing my darndest. Speaking of raids. Shall we? Shall we? I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm liking Silly's, like, what Silly's on about. Maybe bruh could be, or sorry, bleh could be our our raid message. Just as many blehs as we can get in there. Yes, bleh. Have you guys heard of Raid Shadow Legends? The newest hit application game coming to you today. Raid Shadow Legends. When regular MOBAs are not enough. When regular PC MOBAs become not enough, and you just need them on the go as well. Raid Shadow Legends is there for you. Right on. Let's go, let's check to see who's on. Ah, Cookie is on. But so is, Rockman X. It is a dilemma. One? Alright, yeah, we'll take a poll. One. Sorry, I don't know if Silly you did that in hopes for it to be a poll. Are there any legends to choose from? Wait, what? Yo, Mitchy Yums, you heading straight to bed after this, or are you gonna be bopping on call? Bopping on call. That was a beautiful way to say it. Never got to talk shop today. I'd be down to talk for a bit, especially since I'm making some more tea. So at the very least, while I sip the rest of my tea, I'd love to chat. 3 to choose. What's going on with the Raid Shadow Legends meme? Heck yeah. Lol. Well, let me tell you. Are there legends? Boy, are there ever. Let's see. So, there's a guy that that I love to death. He hops in like the personal server that I'm on a lot with Kramples and Toko U and them. And he goes by Cookie. He's a good old boy. Rockman X is a good friend of Loop Coops, and he's a pretty wholesome boy. He does like yeah, he's doing Xenoblade right now. That's a real fun game. I think Cookie is doing Minecraft. So, go ahead, hit a 1 for Cookie in Minecraft. Hit a 2 for Roman X with Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition. Love Minecraft. Hey. Oh yeah, dude. Toss in some jars. I have the jar, right? Where's my jar? Where's my jar? Oh, I don't think I have the jar anymore. Sorry, I had like a squished jar for a little bit because I used points to get one. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 1. That's definitely the majority. Alright. Let's go ahead and jump into Cookie's stream. Stands for Minecraft Gamer. Let's go. Also that jar emote is from Cookie's stream. Minecraft Gamer Girl? Alright, so what I do with my raids, I still like to kind of finalize the stream, so I'm gonna turn on the outro theme, give you guys a farewell, but don't go anywhere, okay? Because at the end of the song, and you'll even see the stream is ending page pop up, but don't go anywhere because once the song is over, we jump to the other channel. Females? 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 What? Alright guys, so as I say at the end of all my streams, I want everybody to take the merriment that we created this night and hold it close to your heart and let it lead into the next day. Spread it around a bit, and enjoy it. Take that merriment and share it with others. Thanks everybody so much for being here. I love my wildflowers to the moon and back. This was an immensely fun night. It turned into so much more than I was expecting. And you guys are rad. So, I hope to see you in the next one. Tomorrow we'll be we'll be picking up at chapter 5. So, till next time, stick around for the raid. I love you all bunches and have a splendid night. Mwah.
Mitch, thank you for the raid. I'm tired as hell. How are you guys doing?
Hi, everybody.
Damn, dude. Thank you for subscribing. Cheers. That's really nice of you. I appreciate it. That was really loud, too. I have my volume turned all the way up.
Oh shit, look at that.
What the fuck? Holy moly. 5? You gifting 5 subs and subbing yourself? This is insane.
Okie-dokie. Get ready to move your fingers.
What the fuck?
It's getting...
You're crazy.
Get ready to move your fingers.
I'm gonna send things.
Okie dokie. Get ready to move your fingers.
That wake you up, Ramon?
It really did. Wow. Thank you. Really. Fuck. That's so. That was a really like big surprise. I don't know what to say, but thank you. I appreciate that a lot. Damn, dude. Big PP gift sub.
He's spreading the big dick energy.
I'm having a good night. Just trying to tire myself out with Minecraft.